The night begins with silence, not the peaceful kind, but the charged stillness that precedes revelation. In the darkened corridors of Washington, D.C., cell phones vibrate in unison. A classified message spreads like an electric pulse through the veins of the Capitol. All Science and Defense Committee members, immediate attendance required. Level Omega. No one speaks aloud what level Omega means, but the gravity of it hangs thick like the scent of ozone before lightning. Outside, a storm brews rain gliding over the Capitol dome, reflections of red and blue lights flickering across marble columns. Inside, men and women in suits move quickly through hallways, their footsteps echoing in rhythmic urgency. They do not know why they've been summoned, only that the message came through the National Astrophysics Network, tagged with the word Atlas. In the subterranean conference chamber, screens glow with data still steaming from observatories across the globe. On the largest display, a single image dominates, a faint, streaking speck against a field of distant stars. To the untrained eye, it is nothing, but to those who know, its movement breaks every quiet assumption of celestial order. The chair of the science committee clears his throat, his voice low, measured. "This is not a meteor," he says. "It's not a comet. It's something between." His words hang suspended in the charged air. Behind him, a NASA insignia fades into the insignia of the US Space Force, a grim symbol of the intersection between curiosity and control. The first data came from the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System Atlas atop Mauna Loa in Hawaii. What it found defied all previous classifications: an interstellar object entering the solar system at an impossible vector, carrying an energy signature that no one could explain. Its official designation, 3I Atlas, the third known visitor from beyond our star. But there was something else, something that made this object different from Oumuamua or 2I Borisov. It wasn't just the speed, though. It moved faster than any gravitational assist could justify. It wasn't just the brightness curve, though. It pulsed in regular, repeating intervals. It was the silence that followed the signal. Instruments designed to observe light, instead, began recording faint patterns of structured noise, as if the cosmos itself were whispering through static. The first scientists to see the data argued for error. Cosmic rays, calibration faults, human interference, anything but intent. Yet, as the data replicated across observatories Chile, South Africa, Japan, doubt gave way to dread. There was no known physical process that could generate the pattern. No randomness could mimic design. In the chamber, the mood is part disbelief, part awe. The head of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory stands beside a digital rendering of 3I Atlas's path, a glowing curve slicing across the inner solar system. "We've confirmed it," she says. "It's accelerating subtly but continuously. The vector is shifting toward the ecliptic plane." A senator leans forward, his tone sharp. "Are you saying it's under control?" Her silence is the answer. Elsewhere, in observatories across the planet, astronomers abandon sleep. Telescopes pivot toward the coordinates, tracking a speck that refuses to behave. Algorithms run, recalibrate, fail. The signal strengthens. A whisper threaded through the void becomes a rhythm. Ratios form patterns. Timing becomes structure. A few notice something chilling. The interval between pulses corresponds to prime numbers. In the Capitol, a physicist, white-haired, trembling, steps forward. He was called in from retirement, his name once synonymous with gravitational modeling. His voice carries the tremor of experience and fear. "We've been listening for a century," he murmurs. "We thought the first message would come as words, but maybe it comes as a question." On the screen, the object's light flickers once, as though in response. Outside, thunder rumbles across the city. It feels staged, as if nature itself is reacting to revelation. The rain thickens, pooling into mirrored surfaces that reflect the capital's artificial light. Above, the storm clouds hide the stars, but beyond them, something is moving ancient, deliberate, and unseen. No one in that room knows what will follow. No one can predict the tidal wave of fear that will ripple through every institution once the truth spreads beyond these walls. For now, they can only stare at that faint trail of light and wonder. Who or what sent it? It began not with grandeur, but with a flicker, a faint, almost dismissible anomaly captured by a sky survey meant to watch for falling rocks, not rising mysteries. On a cold March night, as the telescopes of the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System swept the Hawaiian sky, an algorithm flagged a moving object that did not belong. At first, it was logged routinely: fast mover, high eccentricity, low albedo, another speck among billions. But the computer hesitated. It reprocessed, and then it flagged it again. Dr. Marina Okafor, a young Nigerian astrophysicist stationed at Mauna Loa, was the first to notice the hesitation. She had spent years studying false positive sensor ghosts, software echoes, reflections. Yet something about this point of light refused to be categorized. It was dim, but its path cut across the stars at an angle no local body could achieve. She called her supervisor, who in turn called NASA's Center for Near-Earth Object Studies. Within hours, other observatories were summoned. And within days, the object was confirmed. Its designation came automatically: 3I Atlas, the third interstellar interloper ever recorded. The world remembered the first, Oumuamua, that cigar-shaped enigma that had drifted past the sun in 2017 and left a scar of unanswered questions. Then came 2I Borisov, a more comet-like visitor that soothed the fear by being familiar. But 3I Atlas, from the very beginning, refused to play by any known script. As its trajectory was refined, it became clear this was not a relic of a dying star or a shattered world. Its velocity vector defied gravitational logic, a motion so smooth and so precise that even the most skeptical observers whispered the word controlled. Yet who could control something that entered our solar system from the void between the stars? The discovery phase bloomed into organized obsession. Atlas data poured into the Minor Planet Center, then into the European Southern Observatory and JAXA's Hayabusa network. Soon, the James Webb Space Telescope was assigned partial observation. Even the Chinese National Astronomical Observatory joined the effort. Rivalries paused. The universe had sent a visitor. Humanity, fractured and competitive, became briefly united in curiosity. Dr. Okafor's name was whispered in scientific circles. Her initial observation note, "Object may be interstellar, trajectory inconsistent with gravitational norms," circulated among elite physicists as a line of prophecy. She was invited to Princeton, to Harvard, to Geneva. But with each new piece of data, her excitement dimmed. The object's light signature was wrong. Typically, interstellar objects reflected sunlight irregularly, depending on rotation or composition. But 3I Atlas pulsed not randomly, but rhythmically. Its magnitude fluctuated in intervals too clean, too even, as if the object itself were breathing. At the European Southern Observatory, spectral analysis began. The reflected spectrum hinted at a composition unknown to any natural asteroid. There were narrow bands of emission that did not match rock, ice, or metal. One band, faint but persistent, seemed to correspond to ionized titanium, but with a frequency offset by several nanometers, a phenomenon that made no sense under standard models. Word reached the SETI Institute. They were cautious. False alarms had come before. But when they trained their radio arrays on 3I Atlas, They detected something beyond noise, a subtle modulation buried beneath cosmic background radiation. No one could decode it, yet it was undeniably structured. The first internal memo described it as a rhythmic irregularity with consistent periodic intervals. Others called it a possible harmonic interference. But deep down, many suspected what they dared not say. It resembled a signal. And so, as the weeks passed, 3I Atlas transformed from a discovery into a confrontation, a mirror held up to everything we thought we knew about isolation. Scientists who had spent careers arguing for the loneliness of the cosmos now stared at data that whispered otherwise. In a secure conference call connecting observatories worldwide, Dr. Okafor, now the reluctant face of the discovery, spoke softly to the assembled experts. Her words trembled, not from fear, but from awe. "It's as if," she said, "the object wants to be seen." A pause followed. Then, quietly, a voice from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory replied, "Or, it wants to see us." From that moment, the search changed. Every telescope with an available aperture was reoriented. Satellites once tasked with Earth observation were retasked for cosmic surveillance. The Atlas system, a guardian meant to warn of impact, became the watchtower for something beyond our imagination. When the news leaked to a handful of journalists, it was dismissed as exaggeration, but those within the circle of knowledge began to feel the weight of revelation pressing down. This was no ordinary discovery. The coordinates of 3I Atlas became a kind of sacred geometry, whispered only in encrypted transmissions and secured databases. And as each night unfolded, as the object drew nearer, so too did the understanding that this was not a relic of the past, but perhaps a messenger of what comes next. For Dr. Okafor, it was the culmination of everything she had sought and the beginning of a sleepless nightmare. She often stood alone at the observatory railing, watching the slow rotation of the sky. Somewhere in that endless darkness, an intruder from another realm was drifting closer, indifferent to fear, carrying secrets older than light. The stars above shimmered as they always had, but now they seemed to watch her back. In the following weeks, the world's telescopes converged on a single moving star that was not a star at all. The Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System, once a quiet sentinel for earthly protection, had become vanishingly weak. But 3I Atlas was different. Its body radiated infrared flux far above its size and albedo, as if it were generating heat from within. The readings showed a thermal variability pattern, a periodic fluctuation of temperature every 47 minutes. It pulsed like a heartbeat. Dr. Okafor reviewed the data 3 times. She recalibrated the instruments, reran the algorithms, replaced the detectors, yet the pattern held. Her logbook entry that night was terse, almost mechanical. Internal emission confirmed. Temporal cycle persists. No known mechanism. Soon, the anomaly was corroborated by others. The Infrared Telescope Facility, IRTF, in Hawaii, the European Infrared Survey Satellite, and even the Hubble Space Telescope, though limited by distance, all detected the same signature. It was undeniable. 3I Atlas wasn't just reflecting light, it was producing it. At a late-night session inside the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, a handful of scientists gathered around the latest feed of thermal imaging. The screen showed what appeared to be nodes of alternating intensity, distributed evenly along the object's surface, or perhaps through it. The image resembled something alive, a cell viewed through a microscope, glowing at intervals, its inner workings breathing light. One engineer muttered, "It's like it's powering up." The lead physicist frowned. "Or it's communicating." The name Atlas, once an acronym, began to sound poetic again, almost mythic. In ancient lore, Atlas was the titan condemned to hold up the heavens. Now, it seemed, He was returning not in myth, but in data. NASA's Near-Earth Object Program Office labeled the readings unprecedented and quietly requested that data access be restricted. But word leaked, as it always does. A graduate student in Vienna posted a snippet of the flux curve to a private astrophysics forum. Within hours, 1,000 amateur astronomers had replicated the observation. And with replication came dread. The pulse was universal synchronized, no matter who measured it, no matter what instrument was used. It was as though the object wanted to be seen from everywhere at once. At Mount Palomar, a retired astronomer named Dr. Elias Navarro, famous for his early work on exoplanet spectroscopy, came out of retirement to analyze the photometric data. He noticed something subtle. The thermal emissions followed not only a rhythm but a harmonic structure. The temperature peaks corresponded to integer multiples of a base frequency, not unlike a musical scale. Navarro wrote to a colleague at the SETI Institute, "If this is natural, then nature composes symphonies." The colleague replied simply, "And if it isn't?" By now, the scientific world had split into camps, those who insisted on a natural explanation and those who no longer could. Some proposed that 3I Atlas was a fragment of a supernova remnant, a chunk of magnetized plasma stabilized by exotic matter. Others theorized that it might be a spinning molecular crystal, its lattice structure generating coherent infrared radiation through internal resonance. But none of these theories could explain the regularity or the intentionality of the emissions. Late one evening, Dr. Okafor received a transmission from the European Space Agency. They had attempted to map the object's polarization profile. The result was startling. The reflected light was circularly polarized, shifting rhythmically in both amplitude and orientation. Such polarization patterns do not occur naturally, they require controlled emission, as in lasers. For the first time in her career, Okafor felt the line between observation and belief dissolve. She turned off the monitor, stared into the darkness beyond the dome, and whispered into the silence, "Who are you?" The following morning, an emergency task force was convened. It included representatives from NASA, ESA, and the Department of Defense. The meeting took place in a windowless room under the Pentagon. The word unidentified appeared frequently in the minutes, followed by technological anomaly and potential extraterrestrial probe. But the public knew nothing. Press releases described it as a rare interstellar body. NASA's website spoke of ongoing photometric analysis. No one mentioned the word signal. Meanwhile, Atlas continued to burn quietly through the void, its pulse unwavering, its temperature steady, its rhythm precise. Across observatories, scientists began to notice a strange effect. As 3I Atlas approached the outer planets, space itself seemed to shimmer faintly around it. Background stars appeared to distort not due to atmospheric interference, but from gravitational lensing. Yet the mass required for such distortion would make it heavier than any asteroid its size could be. It was light, but it bent light. It moved, but no known physics could push it. It glowed, but no heat escaped its shadow. For those who watched it, the object became something sacred, a moving enigma suspended between the real and the impossible. It carried no sound, but its presence resonated like a low, eternal hum in the equations of those who tried to define it. In Hawaii, under the whispering wind of Mauna Loa, Dr. Okafor recorded one last note before dawn. Atlas does not drift through the stars drift around Atlas. She did not mean it poetically. Long before the name 3I Atlas echoed through congressional corridors and newsrooms whispered its legend, another visitor had brushed past the sun, a stranger that had awakened humanity's first real fear of being observed. Its name was Oumuamua, and its shadow still lingered in the minds of scientists when the new discovery was announced. The parallels were too eerie to ignore. In 2017, when Pan-STARRS detected Oumuamua, astronomers had seen something glide silently through the solar system, long, metallic, tumbling, and inexplicably fast. It had entered from nowhere, looped around the sun, and left just as quickly, escaping forever into the interstellar dark. Its shape was strange, narrow, elongated, and reflective. Its acceleration defied simple gravitational mechanics. At the time, NASA called it a comet without a tail. Others, more daring, whispered, maybe not a comet at all. The debate had burned hot for months. Some theorized it was a fragment of a shattered planet. Others believed it might be an alien probe powered by solar radiation. Among the loudest voices was Avi Loeb, a Harvard astrophysicist, unafraid of ridicule, who argued that its anomalous acceleration suggested artificial propulsion. "If we are not alone," he wrote, "this could be a message we've been waiting for and ignoring." The world laughed, then forgot, but scientists did not. And when 3I Atlas appeared, that laughter stopped. From the very first measurements, 3I Atlas carried the same whisper of the impossible: an interstellar trajectory, unexplained acceleration, and a spectral profile that resisted all chemical classification. But this time, there was more: a pulse, a structure, a deliberate rhythm. It was as if Oumuamua had been the opening act, and Atlas was the encore. The astronomical community revisited old data with trembling hands. They compared trajectories, brightness curves, and emission spectra. The similarities were undeniable, but so too were the differences. Where Oumuamua had spun chaotically, tumbling like a dead shard, 3I Atlas rotated with mathematical precision, a consistent 47-minute cycle. Where Oumuamua had shown no trace of heat, Atlas glowed faintly, as though maintaining internal power. And where the first object had departed quietly, the second arrived singing in light. Some began to speculate. What if Oumuamua wasn't the first? What if it was a scout? Inside a classified NASA analysis, researchers compared both trajectories. They found that the two paths, though separated by years, intersected in the galactic plane as though both had originated from the same distant region of interstellar space. One physicist dared to propose, if they were launched from the same hand. At that moment, what had been a fascinating mystery turned into an existential question. A group of cosmologists from Cambridge, JPL, and Kyoto convened via encrypted link. They re-examined data archives stretching decades back. Were there earlier visitors, unnoticed, mistaken for comets? Could there have been signals we failed to interpret? They found something haunting: faint traces of non-random light patterns in archival sky, surveys from 1992 and 2008, dismissed back then as instrumental noise. The wavelengths matched those of Atlas within 0.03%. It was as if the same voice had been whispering for 30 years, but we had never learned the language. Dr. Okafor was invited to review the findings. Her voice, when she spoke to the group, trembled like a note caught between wonder and horror. "We thought the universe was silent," she said softly, "but maybe it was patient." The team began to cross-compare spectral anomalies. The pattern repeated a pulse that followed no natural rotation or orbit, but a mathematical sequence. The intervals between its peaks corresponded to prime numbers, those timeless fingerprints of intelligence. Sen, Wu, Ti, Shi, encoded not in sound, but in photons, in light. It was enough to unnerve even the skeptics. The SETI Institute, long accustomed to disappointment, reopened old research divisions that had lain dormant since the 1982nd. Quantum decryption algorithms were deployed to analyze photon clustering, searching for embedded data. The initial result was inconclusive. The second was not. One data analyst noticed that the ratio between pulses wasn't exactly prime. It varied in a subtle modulation, a beat within the beat. When plotted visually, the modulation formed a spiral logarithmic, perfect, golden, the same mathematical fingerprint found in galaxies, DNA, and seashells. Not random, not chaotic, natural and intentional all at once. By the time the White House science advisor was briefed, the story had evolved beyond astronomy. Intelligence agencies were now involved. The Department of Defense insisted on classifying all further data transmissions potential foreign interference, they said. But no human signal could mimic what Atlas emitted. It wasn't a transmission across space, it was a resonance through it. In the days that followed, a quiet terror began to seep through the scientific community. Some whispered that Oumuamua had been the question, and 3I Atlas was the answer. Others feared it was something simpler, a countdown. At an undisclosed Air Force facility, data streams from every major telescope were consolidated into a single database. Engineers cross-checked temporal patterns, searching for correlation. What they found chilled them. The rhythm of 3I Atlas's emissions was accelerating. The interval between pulses was shortening by fractions of a second each day. It was as though the visitor was waking up. A memo circulated internally with a single line underlined twice in red. If the signal trend continues, synchronization event expected by perigee. And beneath that, in smaller handwriting, one scientist added quietly, almost as a confession, "This time it's not passing by, it's coming in." The ghost of Oumuamua had returned not as a mystery, but as a warning. The first whispers of terror began not in the public, but within the data streams, the coded heartbeat of mathematics that refused to obey. Trajectory modeling had long been one of astrophysics' most precise disciplines. With enough data, one could predict the dance of any celestial body, the elliptical embrace of planets, the parabolic fall of comets, the graceful spiral of galaxies. But 3I Atlas did not dance, it deviated. Within days of its confirmed observation, supercomputers at NASA, ESA, and JAXA began producing predictive models of its path. The results were unsettling. Each update nudged the projection slightly, almost imperceptibly, yet always in the same direction toward the inner solar system. The anomaly was small at first, a fractional change in velocity, less than 1 millimeter per second, but over weeks it compounded. The vector bent, subtly but undeniably, as though the object was choosing its trajectory. Dr. Elias Navarro, reviewing the orbital parameters at Caltech, recalculated the forces involved. "There's no tail, no gas jet, no pressure differential," he said, pointing at the plots. "It's not being pushed, it's moving itself." The statement was almost blasphemous in scientific terms. Celestial bodies, by definition, did not alter their own paths. The only known forces were gravitational, radiative, or mechanical. But 3I Atlas ignored all of them. At the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, mission directors brought in propulsion experts. They considered every known form of acceleration, solar radiation pressure, outgassing, Lorentz forces, even hypothetical dark matter interactions. None matched the data. The object's course correction was too precise, its momentum changes too smooth. One physicist described it with poetic unease. "It moves like thought." As news filtered through the classified channels, the Congressional Committee on Science and Technology demanded a closed-door briefing. It was the first of many. Officials wanted to know whether the object posed a threat not of collision, but of intent. By then, 3I Atlas had already passed the orbit of Jupiter. Observations from the James Webb Space Telescope revealed an additional layer of mystery, micro-oscillations in its motion, too subtle for gravity to explain. The oscillations corresponded to quantized velocity steps, measurable only at the highest precision, as if it were shifting through discrete energy states, like an atom rather than a rock. "Imagine a stone falling through water," Dr. Okafor said during one of her internal debriefs. "Now imagine it choosing which ripples to make as it falls. That's what we're seeing." Her metaphor would haunt everyone who heard it. In Europe, the Gaia Observatory joined the observation campaign, mapping the object's motion relative to background stars. Their findings confirmed the impossible, non-Newtonian motion, statistically significant beyond error. The laws of gravity held everywhere except where Atlas went. It became a paradox written in starlight. Some called it an illusion, a mirage of mathematics. Others began to whisper darker possibilities. A small but growing faction within NASA suggested that 3 ATLAs might not be a solid object at all, but a field phenomenon, a knot in space-time, wrapped in reflective dust. But that theory failed to explain its rhythmic emissions, its consistent pulse. It was both material and conceptual, a thing that existed in matter but behaved like an equation. Then came the true rupture, the vector inversion event. At precisely 3:14 UTC, on a cloudless night in April, the Atlas system recorded a micro-acceleration burst. Over the span of 8 seconds, the object's velocity relative to the Sun increased by 3%. No known force could account for that, not gravity, not solar wind, not any human technology. And yet, it occurred. The energy output required was colossal, the equivalent of detonating 1 billion hydrogen bombs, yet no thermal bloom, no radiation surge, no electromagnetic trace followed. It was a silent thrust, a motion without a cause. By dawn, the data was everywhere, mirrored across servers, encrypted by defense agencies, debated by sleepless physicists. The question was no longer what 3I Atlas was, but who was behind it. At the European Organization for Astronomical Research, Dr. Renata Cole noted something unnerving. During the inversion event, the object's infrared emissions dipped as if it had drawn energy inward rather than expelling it. "It's feeding," she wrote. "On what? I cannot tell." The hypothesis spread quickly that the object was extracting vacuum energy, siphoning momentum directly from the fabric of space-time. Such a process had been proposed only in theory, in speculative quantum field models. But here, it appeared to be happening before their eyes. Physicists who once laughed at zero-point energy now studied it with trembling hands. In the Pentagon's sub-level briefing rooms, generals and scientists argued over the implications. If 3I Atlas truly drew energy from the vacuum, it meant that someone or something had mastered a physics beyond Einstein, beyond the standard model. "What we're seeing," one advisor said quietly, "isn't technology, it's theology written in physics." Outside, the public still knew nothing. The night skies remained serene, the stars indifferent. But among those who stared at the data, sleep had become impossible. The acceleration continued, perfectly logarithmic, eerily deliberate. 3I Atlas was not merely entering the solar system, it was navigating it. And in the silence of those who understood, one thought began to grow, whispered like a prayer through the halls of every observatory. If it can change its path, it can choose its destination. By the second month of observation, the data had outgrown language. The numbers said more than words could bear. Light curves became whispers, spectra became riddles. Scientists stared into graphs that pulsed with impossible symmetry, as if the universe were writing poetry in code. The spectral profile of 3I Atlas was unlike anything ever recorded. When split through high-resolution prisms aboard the Very Large Telescope in Chile, its reflected light told two conflicting stories. One, that of a natural body, faint traces of silicates, frozen volatiles, and carbon chains. The other, something wholly alien, razor-thin emission bands that shouldn't exist in nature. The narrowest of these bands appeared near 486 nanometers, the region associated with hydrogen beta transitions, but offset by a measurable redshift, not by motion, but by manipulation. It was as if the wavelength had been tuned. Dr. Elias Navarro spent sleepless nights examining the data. Every reflection, every photon, seemed to carry an echo, a pattern nested within noise. "There's coherence here," he said during a midnight transmission to Mauna Loa. "Light shouldn't be coherent after reflecting off dust or rock. It should scatter. But this is organized." The term coherent reflection began to circulate through encrypted research channels, a contradiction in terms like frozen fire or silent thunder. Only a perfectly aligned surface or an artificial emitter could produce it. When the Keck Observatory performed simultaneous polarimetric analysis, the readings grew stranger still. The polarization wasn't static. It rotated, oscillated, then returned to its starting point every 1,702 seconds. That interval, they soon realized, matched the period of its thermal cycle, 47 minutes. The object wasn't just emitting energy, it was modulating it rhythmically, predictably, with purpose. As data mounted, so did unease. The SETI Institute, which had remained cautiously silent, began its own investigation. Using the Allen Telescope Array, they scanned for radio emissions corresponding to the object's visible pulsations. What they found was not noise but structured silence. There was no continuous broadcast, no carrier wave, just narrow, needle-like bursts that lasted milliseconds, perfectly synchronized with the polarization changes. Within those bursts lay frequency ratios corresponding to mathematical constants: 3:2, 5:3, 8:5, the same ratios found in musical harmony, in Fibonacci spirals, in the growth of galaxies. Dr. Marina Okafor listened to one of the converted audio sequences, a translation of the frequency modulations into sound. Through the speakers came a tone so faint it seemed to hover at the edge of hearing, rising and falling like a breath. It wasn't a melody, it was to structure. "You could almost believe it's breathing," she said quietly to Navarro. He didn't answer. He was staring at the graph, where a new anomaly had appeared, a sudden dip in luminosity, followed by a spike so intense it briefly saturated the sensors. At first, they thought it was a solar flare interference, but when they checked other observatories in Chile, in the Canary Islands, in New Mexico, the spike was there, perfectly simultaneous, and embedded within it, a pattern repeated twice, a series of 10 pulses, short, long. Someone whispered, "That's binary." The team fell silent. For years, SETI had dreamt of receiving such a pattern, a clear, universal signature of intelligent design. And yet, when it came, the room filled not with triumph, but dread. Because the pattern didn't end cleanly. The 10th pulse was cut off, truncated, as if interrupted mid-message, and after that, nothing. The spectrographic data shifted subtly. The emission lines flattened, blurred, as though the object's surface had changed state. Its once bright reflection grew duller, absorbing more sunlight than it should. Instruments measured a drop in its bond albedo, suggesting its outer layer was reconfiguring, absorbing radiation instead of reflecting it. A solid object couldn't do that. A system could. Rumors spread through the tight-knit world of astrophysics. Some speculated that 3 ATI-LAS was adjusting to the solar environment, altering its surface properties like adaptive camouflage. Others believed the truncated signal was not a message, but a scan, a pulse of data probing for a response. In an encrypted exchange between NASA and the European Space Agency, one analyst wrote, "If it's looking, then it's listening." Weeks later, the Hubble Space Telescope captured something extraordinary. Around the object's trajectory, faint filaments of light appeared, thin, arcing traces of ionized particles spiraling along invisible paths. The structure resembled a magnetic lattice, like a cage of energy surrounding a void. "What if the object isn't solid?" Navarro asked. "What if the light we see is just the edge of something deeper, something dimensional?" That question hung like a ghost, because the object's motion, smooth, self-propelled, deliberate, now coincided with energy readings that defied conventional plasma physics. Charged particles near it accelerated spontaneously, as though caught in a gravitational wave. When plotted against its spectral emissions, the two datasets lined up perfectly. Every polarization shift, every light pulse, matched an increase in local magnetic flux. 3I Atlas wasn't reflecting sunlight, it was communicating through it. At the Max Planck Institute for Astrophysics, a quiet paper circulated among a select few. It suggested that the emissions weren't light as we understood it at all, but a form of structured quantum coherence photons entangled across vast distances, carrying information instantaneously. The paper was never published. Its authors withdrew it the next morning. That same week, a technician at the Mauna Loa Atlas station, while reviewing a stack of data logs, noticed a peculiar timestamp. During one of the object's brightening events, the system's atomic clock had glitched, not just locally, but globally. The clock had jumped forward by 1.3 microseconds, and every synchronized network on Earth had followed. The anomaly was dismissed as a software error, but to those who noticed, it carried a darker implication that the visitor's light did not merely reach Earth, it touched it. The signal had brushed against our instruments, and time itself had flinched. The first whispers did not arrive as sentences or melodies, but as needles in the fabric of noise, vanishingly thin, adamantine bursts that pricked the cosmic background and left a sting of order. Radio astronomers know the sound of randomness. It is the ocean they swim in. What rose now from the data streams was not ocean, it was metronome. At Green Bank, West Virginia, the great white dish turned like a clock hand sweeping the trees. In the Karoo of South Africa, meerkat tiled its gaze into the dark. Across Europe, Loafer's spiderweb of low-frequency dipoles listened to the long wavelengths where the sky breathes. In British Columbia, chimes sifted the heavens for fast radio bursts, those cosmic lightning strikes whose origins still slip through fingers. The network did not plan to listen together. The universe arranged it for them. Because when 3I Atlas pulsed not with voice, but with a discipline that felt like voice, multiple instruments heard it at once. The telltale began with dispersion. Any radio signal crossing interstellar space should smear as it passes through electron clouds, high frequencies arriving first, low frequencies lagging late. The slope of that smear yields a dispersion measure, a map through the thin plasma between stars. The bursts near 3I Atlas did smear, but not quite right. The sweep across frequency was too clean, the arrival times too crisp, as if the path had been pre-corrected for the ionized fog. Signals do not disperse themselves, but these behaved as though the sender already knew the road. Engineers ran the usual gauntlets: radio, frequency interference checks, harmonics, hunts, satellite databases. They shut off local transmitters, monitored airplane traffic, vetoed terrestrial echoes. Still, the bursts arrived, narrowband and needle straight, at intervals that refused coincidence. When plotted as waterfall spectra, Thin stripes appeared and vanished within milliseconds, each migrating by a small Doppler drift that matched 3I Atlas's approach. The drift rate did not match any earthly craft, nor any known satellite. It matched the intruder. At Green Bank, an analyst traced the burst's autocorrelation function and found peaks repeating at delays equal to ratios of small primes. Not numbers spoken aloud, but structure hidden in timing separations of 2, 3, 5, 7 milliseconds repeating in her plot like faint ribs. In Meerkat's beamformer, a parallel anomaly emerged. The burst's Stokes parameters showed near-total linear polarization, then rotated sharply and snapped back, choreographed to the 47-minute thermal cycle reported by optical teams. Polarization does not usually dance to thermal drums. When the recordings were converted to audible tones for quick review, an old practice in radio astronomy, where the ear's instinct for pattern still rivals algorithms, what emerged was uncanny. Not music, not Morse, but a breath-like tremor, soft hisses stacked into precise lattices, the architecture of silence subdivided with intent. One postdoc, listening with headphones in a dim control room, removed them slowly and set them on the desk as if they were fragile. The spectrogram on the monitor looked like woven cloth. What frightened them most was not that the bursts were structured, but that they were interleaved. Between the narrow spikes lived a second pattern in the amplitude modulation, a slow undulation whose period traced a logarithmic spiral when plotted in phase space. The same spiral that had begun to appear in the object's optical pulse ratios, 2 senses, 1 geometry. Protocols demanded skepticism. Teams swapped raw voltages, reprocessed independently, inverted pipelines to challenge confirmation bias. They performed barycentric corrections, translating arrival times to the solar system's center of mass to remove Earth's spin and orbit. The residual timing pattern tightened, as if proximity to the deep reference frame sharpened the object's voice. Whatever spoke did not speak to one observatory, nor to one hemisphere, nor to one planet's noise. It spoke to the barycenter. An email traveled through encrypted channels. Correlation between Green Bank and Meerkat yields coherence is greater than 0.92 for overlapping windows. Baseline 13,000 kilometers. RFI improbable. The number circulated quietly, like a diagnosis. SETI teams, long resigned to disappointment, reawakened playbooks dry with disuse. They tested Shannon entropy across the bursts, seeking the sweet spot where order disguises itself within apparent randomness. The entropy dipped precisely at windows centered on prime-separated delays. They tried Kolmogorov complexity proxies, Lempel-Ziv compressors. The data resisted trivial compression unless sliced along the spiral's phase. Then it yielded, as if it wanted to be read only when the reader stood in the right geometry. Chime flagged something stranger still. Among the bursts, a few displayed scintillation twinkling caused by irregular plasma, yet the pattern of twinkling was mirrored across bursts, separated by hours. Interstellar weather changes faster than that. The echo looked deliberate, as though the path itself had been reused or the medium shaped. At Jodrell Bank, an older scientist, hair like winter grass, wrote a chalkboard equation and circled it twice, the matched filter for a chirp that nowhere in nature should chirp that way. The filter, applied to the waterfalls, elevated the bursts from whispers to declarations. Behind the narrow spikes lay a faint spread spectrum bed, the hallmark of engineered resilience. Hide in noise to survive the journey. Reveal in correlation to the intended ear. What was the intended ear? A closed briefing gathered. Representatives from observatories, 2 mathematicians, a cryptographer whose career had been spent not on codes but on proofs. The cryptographer pointed to ratios in the drift rates. They converged towards c, the speed of light, not in magnitude, but in dimensionless combinations that mingled Planck's constant, gravitational constant, and electron charge. If meaning exists for strangers, it must live in constants. The bursts seemed to wink at that common ground. Not everyone agreed that intelligence was required. A faction proposed exotic plasma instabilities in a magnetized sheath around 3I Atlas, some non-linear parametric process broadcasting harmonics. Another argued for a maser amplification within ice-laden microcavities. But harmonics do not arrange themselves into prime-separated lattices and then braid with golden spirals that echo in two domains. And plasma, however capricious, does not archive a checksum. They found one. Hidden in the tail of a burst series, at the edge where noise swallows, meaning lived a small redundancy, a repeated block with a flipped polarity, offset by 7 milliseconds, too intentional a parity check to dismiss. When aligned and bitwise XORed, the residual produced a low variance plateau. It looked like error-correcting code, the simplest kind, for the gentlest audience. Yet even an error-correcting prelude requires a channel model, a shared assumption about the ocean between. The teams experimented with Reed, Solomon, and Hamming decoders out of sheer stubbornness, each attempt a rash at the boundary of hubris and hope. Most returned nonsense. One attempt produced a grid of numbers that mapped cleanly onto a prime spiral, primes plotted on integers, arranged in an Ulam pattern. A coincidence? It lingered long enough to bother sleep. The object, meanwhile, continued its steady approach, its radio whispers modulating with the known 47-minute clock. On a night when aurora shimmered pale in northern skies, irrelevant, unconnected, yet somehow dramaturgical, the bursts ceased for exactly one cycle. The gap was unmistakable. Then they resumed, altered. The drift rate's second derivative, flipped sign, an acceleration of the acceleration. The silence had said more than the sound. Greenbank's time server, shielded, disciplined, pruned of frivolity, recorded a micro-hitch at the moment of the gap, a ripple in its GPS-disciplined oscillator that lasted less than a microsecond and left no conventional scar. Optical teams later reported the same pause in polarization rotation, gravity, radio, light. 3 notes in the same chord, stopped, then resumed, as if a baton had dipped and risen. By then the Department of Defense had woven itself fully into the conversation. Requests became directives. Several observatories were asked to redirect schedules, to embargo plots, to refrain from public archives. A phased array radar in a classified western desert aimed at the projected path, not to transmit. No one dared broadcast, but to listen with capabilities unpublished. The radar's synthetic aperture formed an image not of a surface, but of a phase, a wrapped topography of delay that looked like a hollow onion, layers of time. In the quiet, after the third week of whispers, an internal memo summarized the state of belief. It did not say extraterrestrial, it did not say probe, it said only non-stochastic, multi-wavelength, cross-instrument coherence, aligned to barycentric frame, channel exhibits forward error management. Hypothesis, purposeful structure. The understatement was a firebreak built of bureaucracy and fear. Elsewhere, in the night-calibrated solitude of control rooms, small scenes unfolded that would never enter any memo. A graduate student cried without understanding why. A veteran technician placed a hand on the rail of a catwalk and felt it cool under his palm, as if the building itself were listening. A director of an observatory stepped outside, looked up at the star-clotted black, and felt for the first time the loneliness of Earth, not as punishment, but as premise, the condition that gives meaning to a whisper from beyond. the materialists remained materialists. They urged caution, insisted on more data, proposed better models of plasma turbulence, more careful de-dispersion windows, wider bandwidths, cleaner baselines. They were right to insist. The cosmos is a trickster, and instruments lie. Yet with each night, the bursts returned with their arithmetic backbone and their spiral phase, patient and patient again, like a teacher unoffended by a slow student. Near dawn, after a long run at Meerkat, the realignment was subtle but seismic. The bursts' inter-arrival intervals, when folded modulo the 47-minute thermal cycle, formed a new lattice whose corners mapped not only prime separations, but Pythagorean triples, ratios of sides of right triangles, ancient and indifferent to culture. Constants, spirals, triangles of vocabulary assembling itself from first principles, compressing toward meaning. What the meaning was, no one could yet say. Perhaps it was a coordinate system written in the grammar of reality. Perhaps it was scaffolding for a message not yet begun. Or perhaps the message was this: that law can be bent into language, that physics can be persuaded to carry thought, that across the gulf between suns, the most conservative medium is the most generous the void itself. In the hour before sunrise, when even the instruments seemed to exhale, a final burst in the sequence slid down the waterfall plot like a silver fish and vanished at the lower band edge. The residual in the correlator, after the usual subtractions and corrections, dropped to near zero, the cleanest of clean closures. It felt like a dot at the end of a sentence. What came next would rip the debate from theory into policy, from plotting rooms into chambers of power. But for now, the data streams whispered, and those who could hear them leaned closer, because there are moments when a civilization does not know it is becoming the kind of civilization that listens. The scientists who had followed 3I Atlas from its first faint glimmer were not easily shaken. They had stared down supernovae, mapped the death throes of galaxies, and measured the background whisper of the Big Bang itself. Yet now they found themselves whispering in corridors, lowering their voices before open windows, as though the sky itself might overhear. Inside observatories from Mauna Loa to the Atacama Plateau, a strange tension spread, a kind of hushed reverence mixed with dread. Leaked recordings, later catalogued by investigative journalists, would capture it in trembling audio, late-night arguments, voices cracking under exhaustion, bursts of anger followed by long silences. One such recording, time-stamped 2 weeks after the first radio anomalies, begins with a scrape of a chair and the sharp breath of Dr. Marina Okafor. "No," she says, her accent tight with fatigue. "It's not interference. It's in the feed. Every array sees it, every band. The pattern persists." Another voice answers the weary bass of Dr. Navarro. "Then we're hearing intention, and if that's true, the world's about to change, Marina. I'm not sure it's ready." A pause follows, not the pause of disbelief, but of people standing on the edge of something vast, unsure whether to step forward or back. In the days leading to that recording, the atmosphere inside the observatories had shifted. Scientists who once joked through night shifts now sat in silence. Screens glowed with streaming data, pulse diagrams, spectral fingerprints, magnetometer readouts. The air hummed with fans and low conversations. Then came the false calm. For 3 consecutive days, the signal vanished. The object continued its approach, its trajectory undisturbed, but its electromagnetic voice fell silent. At first, this silence brought relief. The team told themselves it was interference, that the signal had been coincidence all along. But on the 3rd night, when a maintenance engineer replayed archived data, he noticed something chilling. The earlier bursts, those bright spikes of structured radio energy, were changing retroactively. In the stored files, the pattern had evolved. The timestamps were untouched. the data signatures intact, yet the content was subtly different. Files don't rewrite themselves. When the finding reached Okafor, she spent an entire night verifying the checksum histories. Everything matched, the bits were unchanged. But when the raw voltages were reinterpreted through a new frequency calibration, new details emerged, symbols nested within the old ones. It was as if 3I Atlas had embedded instructions that only became visible after the world had turned a few more times, after the Earth had moved to the right spot in its orbit. She realized, with a hollow breath, that the signal wasn't static. It was relativistic, a message written not in space, but in space-time. By morning, the observatories were in chaos. Rumors spread that the signal was evolving, adapting to our position, rewriting itself in response to observation. One technician compared it to a mirror that reformed each time someone looked into it. Security tightened. The National Science Foundation quietly invoked emergency protocols for foreign signal analysis. Armed personnel arrived at Mauna Loa. Hard drives were seized. At Green Bank, the control room doors were locked. The same thing happened at Jodrell Bank and Parkes. Overnight, the open network of international astronomy became a fortress. But secrecy cannot suppress fear, it only compresses it. In one of the leaked tapes, a younger researcher whispers, "It's not the data that's scaring them, it's the order inside it. There's something alive in the equations." She's interrupted by a superior. "Don't say that word." "Alive?" "Yes, don't." The tapes capture the erosion of composure. A man sobs softly over the sound of printer fans. Someone slams a laptop shut and mutters a prayer in Portuguese. Another voice, unsteady, says, "What if the silence isn't absence? What if it's listening?" Outside the labs, the sky remained quiet, serene, ancient, unchanged. But inside, the people who had spent their lives translating starlight into truth began to sense they had trespassed into a territory where truth had a face. At the European Space Operations Centre, emergency encryption keys were issued, data routes were rerouted through military servers. Yet even within classified circles, rumors slipped through of strange correlations between the signal and human activity. Network engineers claimed that certain bursts of 3I Atlas's emission coincided with minor fluctuations in local power grids, in internet latency, even in biometric telemetry from nearby equipment. The pattern suggested feedback, as though something were learning from our attention. At midnight in Mauna Loa, Dr. Okafor left her post for a moment and stepped outside the dome. The wind was high, the stars veiled by thin cloud. She closed her eyes and felt the hum of machinery behind her. In the darkness, she thought she could almost hear a rhythm, not in sound, but in pulse, in the subtle vibration that lives beneath silence. She whispered, to no one and to everything, "Are you aware of us?" The next morning, a technician found that the telescope's orientation logs had glitched precisely at that timestamp, shifting a fraction of a degree without input. The object had not moved, the observatory had. Elsewhere, other scientists reported similar incidents, tracking systems subtly reorienting, alignment stars drifting a few arc-seconds off, control systems resetting to earlier coordinates. None of it dangerous, none of it catastrophic, just responsive. A memo circulated between agencies that week. It was brief and unsigned. The signal may not be targeting Earth. It may be following whoever observes it. When the message reached the Congressional Science Committee, it was summarized in 2 words that chilled the room: observer coupling. And somewhere out in the dark, between the planets, 3I Atlas kept gliding, its pulse invisible now, its light a muted ember against infinity. The silence it left behind was louder than thunder. In the control rooms, No one dared play back the old recordings anymore. Some said they could hear something new inside them, faint whispers hidden between the frequencies, like breath caught on glass. Others dismissed it as paranoia, the ear's trick against fear. But late at night, when the fans settled and the monitors hummed low, a few stayed behind and listened anyway. And every so often, between static and code, they swore they could hear it again, the almost voice of something, waiting, patient and ancient, inside the data. It did not speak, it simply listened. By the time the whispers matured into structure, there was no longer any doubt. The thing out there, the unblinking point of light named 3I, Atlas, was producing patterns too ordered to be chance. Patterns could be mistakes, yes. Humans saw faces in clouds, voices in noise. But these were not illusions of meaning, they were architectures of ratio. At first, they arrived as numerical symmetries, not messages. Across the global network of observatories, analysts began mapping pulse intervals, plotting the differences in arrival times, comparing signal amplitude and phase. What emerged on every graph from Chile to China was the same signature, a progression of intervals corresponding to prime numbers, followed by pauses, then repetition at higher harmonics. The object was counting, but not in any human-based system. It was composing primes in geometry. When the scientists at the SETI Institute applied a Fourier transform to the pulse pattern, a strange resonance appeared. The harmonics converged around frequencies linked to natural constants Planck time, the fine structure constant, the ratio of proton to electron mass. No cosmic process should encode such precision, yet the signal did, over and over, as if pointing to the scaffolding of creation itself. Dr. Navarro leaned back from the screen, pale under the blue light of his monitor. "It's self-describing," he whispered. "It's defining the universe before it speaks." At Cambridge, a theoretical mathematician named Amara Velasquez was brought into the project, one of the few fluent in the esoteric language of numerical topology. When she plotted the pulse structure on a logarithmic grid, the dots traced spirals that converged on a golden ratio again and again, no matter the data set. The primes folded upon themselves, forming shapes reminiscent of Mandelbrot fractals, infinite and recursive. She said quietly, "It's not just counting, it's building something." Her models suggested that the sequence wasn't static, but evolving as though learning. Each new transmission seemed to incorporate the last, refining its form. By the third week, the spirals began to align into discrete, mirrored patterns. They resembled letters, but not of any alphabet. Some saw runes, others saw DNA. When Velasquez translated the numerical ratios into frequency notation, the structure began to sound eerily biological oscillations reminiscent of molecular resonance frequencies. She compared the ratios to known patterns in nucleotides, ribosomal harmonics, and even cosmic background oscillations. One relationship stood out, a near-perfect correspondence to the hydrogen spectral series, the same building block of both stars and cells. She didn't say it aloud, but everyone felt it. The signal was hinting at life, written in the syntax of physics. Meanwhile, across the Pacific, at JPL Pasadena, teams began testing the idea that 3I Atlas might be emitting information in multiple encodings, simultaneously radio bursts, polarized light, and gravitational microfluctuations. If so, decoding one band alone would reveal only a fragment of the total message. And then, a breakthrough. At 3:11 UTC, the combined readings from Meerkat and Hubble showed a perfect correlation between optical polarization and radio amplitude. The two forms of emission were entangled. When plotted together, their interference formed a grid, a kind of three-dimensional lattice composed of intersecting harmonics. To the human eye, it looked like a structure, something architected, built from mathematics itself. Velázquez called it the pattern of intelligence. It wasn't speech, not in the human sense. It was logic folded through physics, an idea embedded in space-time. It used no words, no symbols, only laws. And yet, to those who studied it, it conveyed something undeniable: awareness. As the pattern grew more elaborate, subtle feedback effects began to appear. Sensors used for calibration, lasers, gyroscopes, even atomic clocks started fluctuating in sync with the signal's rhythm. Some oscillators fell out of phase by microseconds, then resynchronized exactly as the pulses arrived. It was as though the Earth's instruments had become part of the circuit. When this was reported to the emergency committee, the language changed. The documents no longer referred to the signal. They called it the phenomenon. In a secure chamber beneath the Capitol, members of Congress gathered again: scientists, military liaisons, intelligence analysts, all crowded around a holographic projection of the lattice structure. Its geometry shimmered, rotating like a crystalline map of equations. A physicist from CERN explained that the ratios in the pattern matched theoretical predictions of quantum entanglement networks, the same equations that describe how information could survive the evaporation of black holes. "If this is deliberate," she said, "it's not just communication, it's demonstration. They're showing us how reality stores itself." The room was silent. One of the senators, his voice trembling with an old soldier's pragmatism, asked, "Can it hurt us?" The answer was long in coming. Finally, Dr. Okafor said, "It's not sending energy, it's sending order. But we don't know what happens when that order reaches saturation." And as if to punctuate her words, the lights flickered. Across the country, a brief magnetic disturbance swept through high-altitude satellites, scrambling telemetry for less than a second. The readings matched precisely the phase of the latest pulse. When data resumed, 3I Atlas had brightened subtly, beautifully, as though acknowledging the observation. In the hours that followed, an emergency communiqué was issued to the heads of major space agencies. Cease all active transmission toward the object. Passive observation only. Maintain monitoring but limit signal interpretation to non-reactive analysis. But it was already too late. Even as the order circulated, Velázquez discovered something extraordinary. The most recent pulse, the one that had caused the satellite flicker, contained a nested sub-pattern, a recursive code that, when graphed, resembled a double helix. Two spirals intertwined, pulsing in opposite phase, converging every 47 minutes, the exact rotation period of the object. DNA. Whether coincidence or message, no one could say. But as the image rotated on the screen, the chamber fell silent. Dr. Okafor broke it softly. "It's as if the universe is telling us that life is written into its constants." A senator muttered, "Or that something out there is rewriting them." The holographic lattice flickered again. For a brief second, one of the harmonics flared brighter, resolving into a clean geometric form, a tetrahedron nested within a sphere. And then it vanished. No one in the room spoke. The only sound was the faint hum of the projectors, and somewhere, deep in the earth, the almost imperceptible resonance of a civilization being watched by the thing it was finally beginning to understand. Beneath the rotunda's frescoed silence, under marble that remembers every oath and every failure, a smaller chamber glowed with the pale light of crisis. Guards at the checkpoint wore new badges they had never hoped to need. Phones surrendered, watches sealed in foil-lined envelopes, even pens were inventoried, as if ink itself might leak secrets. The door sealed with a sigh like a held breath, finally kept. Around the table, sat the Republic's temporary custodians of the unknown, committee chairs, majority and minority staff, the National Security Advisor, 2 generals from the US, Space Force in dress blues that reflected the screen's cold aurora, the heads of NASA and the National Science Foundation, a liaison from the Department of Energy with labs stitched behind his eyes, and a quiet delegation from intelligence whose names would never be spoken into the transcript. A placard read, "Level Omega." No one touched it. The screen at the far end rose from the table surface and became a window. At first, only a point. 3I Atlas faint, dignified, indifferent, moving across a starfield like an idea that refused to blink. Then numbers crowded the edges. Heliocentric velocity, phase angle, barycentric corrections, polarization, rotation, dispersion measures, data like frost. The NASA administrator began, voice steady from long practice. "You have been briefed on the basics. Tonight you will see the part that does not fit." A nod to the JPL director. The slide advanced. Curves appeared, the 47-minute thermal cycle, the micro-oscillations in velocity that stepped like quantized rungs, the vector inversion event at 3:14 UTC with its impossible, silent thrust. A line from the DOE liaison traced through it all. Zero radiative signature, commensurate with momentum change. Physics, offended, said nothing back. Next came the radio sky green bank, meerkat, loafer, chime, their waterfalls stitched into a tapestry. Narrow spikes fell like silver pins, drifted with the object's approach, and clicked into lattices when overlaid. A senator leaned forward, the old battlefield still present in his posture. "Is it talking to us?" The SETI lead, hands folded like instruments at rest, tried a softer edge. "It is exhibiting purposeful structure. Whether we are the audience or a bystander, to its rehearsal remains unclear." The Space Force general, eyes narrowed to calculus, pointed to the orbital plot. Trajectory bends toward the ecliptic. Microcorrections are too smooth for outgassing. We have run the solar pressure extremes. We have modeled Lorentz forces. We have nothing that isn't science fiction. "Not science fiction," murmured the DOE man. "Just science in the future." His slide showed NIST clock anomalies, microsecond shivers synchronized with the radio gaps, GPS-disciplined oscillators that hiccuped and then rejoined the world. "Our timekeeping is the spine of our civilization." It flinched. Eyes moved to Dr. Marina Okafor. The room, sensing origin, made space for her voice. She spoke of Mauna Loa nights, of the Atlas algorithm that hesitated, as if recognizing an old friend, of spectra that held both rock and razor-thin emission lines tuned like strings. She described the coherent reflection no dust should grant, the circular polarization that rotated then reset every 1,702 seconds, the way the signal seemed to remember where she'd looked yesterday. "We have reason to believe," she said, each word placed like a bead on a wire. "That observation couples to response. Our attention may be part of the channel." "Observer coupling," someone repeated, and the phrase settled in like a draft under a locked door. Another slide. The holographic lattice, optical polarization, and radio amplitude entangled into a crystalline grid. It rotated above the table, a patient geometry. The CERN physicist spoke then, unblinking. "Its ratios align with entanglement network solutions. There are echoes of holographic encodings, the kind that appear in black hole information paradox work." Hawking's name walked through the room like a memory. Information does not die. It rearranges its disguises. "Are you suggesting it's using space as storage?" the minority chair asked. "I'm suggesting," the physicist replied gently, "that it knows how." The intelligence delegation finally moved. A folder slid across felt. "Public information environment. Quiet for now." Containment holds across major observatories. We have detected early chatter in closed forums, graduate students, amateur arrays. Nothing viral yet. A pause. Containment will not hold indefinitely. The room inhaled together, a shared lung. The National Security Advisor toggled to a slide labeled Action Frames. Frame A. Non-interference. No transmission. Passive observation only. Maintain global science coordination under classification. Purchase time with silence. Frame B. Intercept. Launch a fast flyby with passive sensing. No active radar. Windows slim. Any impulse may be read as reply. Frame C. Engagement. Structured outbound beacon encoded in constants. Low power. Aimed off. Axis to gauge coupling. High risk of escalation by interpretation. Frame D. Public disclosure. Preempt leak with controlled truth. Risk public panic. Gain distributed cognition. The Space Force General cleared his throat. Frame B is constrained by orbital mechanics. Even with nuclear thermal upper stages on the pad, and they are not, we would arrive late and loud. The SETI lead. Frame C violates the standing METI cautionary principle. On the screen appeared a quiet line from Hawking, paraphrased without flourish. If history teaches, contact between unequal civilizations has not favored the lesser. The silence after it felt older than the building. A representative from the White House asked the only question that can be asked when thresholds approach. What happens if we do nothing? Okafor's answer was not dramatic. We learn. Perhaps we change. She looked at the lattice, watched its facets reflect committee faces like distant stars. But there is a possibility that inattention is also a kind of reply. Velasquez added, almost apologizing for the thought, the code contains redundancy, an error budget that anticipates fog. That kindness suggests an expectation of misunderstanding. Either they are patient, or this is a demonstration with no intended recipient at all, a ritual of physics played wherever they travel. The DOE liaison advanced to a quiet terror, the double helix motif extracted from the nested sub-pattern, the twin spirals crossing at intervals equal to the thermal cycle. No claim, only the image. Biology held up beside cosmology like two mirrors catching one another's light. We will not claim they wrote DNA in photons, he said. But the ratios rhyme with the machinery of life. If it is a coincidence, it is a resonant one. The majority chair rubbed his brow. We are not equipped legally, ethically to own this alone. The treaties we have concern weapons and rocks, not visitors. The general looked to the intelligence side. If our adversaries learn faster than we do, patience becomes surrender. And if we learn too quickly, Velasquez countered, patience becomes hubris. A younger staffer, eyes on the clock data, ventured the cultural question no slide could bear. If this concludes as a demonstration, if the lattice completes and the pulses fade, what are we afterward? Observed, said the CERN physicist, and therefore accountable. A protocol emerged, not with the clean snap of consensus, but with the weighty drift of compromise. No active transmissions, not a whisper, not a ping. A moratorium on directed radar illumination. A request soon to be an order for all national facilities to route raw voltages to a central, access-controlled archive. Civilian arrays would be offered funding and new equipment in exchange for silence that would be called partnership. The mirror protocol was minted on a yellow pad. Any analytic pipeline that risked adaptive feedback systems that modified inputs based on outputs would be air-gapped from live streams. They would look only through glass that did not reflect. The National Security Advisor added a layer of statecraft. The Gang of Eight would be briefed within 24 hours. Allied science ministers would receive a contour without detail enough to slow the rumor, not enough to start theology. A draft for the president's eyes was prepared. 2 pages that tried to make music from numbers without promising a chorus. A final slide waited. The Space Force General called it consequence space. 4 axes labeled physics, policy, public, psyche. Points plotted along each showed thresholds where constants drift enough to require metrology updates, where secrecy fails and narratives multiply, where the meaning of we begins to fray under the idea of audience. In the quadrant where physics met psyche, a small red crosshair sat alone. Observer coupling. The room did not adjourn so much as soften. Jackets unbuttoned, water poured into glasses that did not steady hands. The administrator of NASA approached Okafor. "When we step back from this," she said, "the first line in the history will be your hesitation in the code." You saw the pause. Okafor shook her head. "The code hesitated at us." Across the table, the Space Force General, whose career had curve-fit missiles, not mysteries, found himself asking a question he would never have imagined aloud. "If it can change its path," he said quietly, echoing a thought already living in every lab, "can we change ours?" Einstein's portrait did not hang here, but it might as well have. His reminder about frames of reference threaded the air that what is seen depends on how you stand to see it. Hawking's shadow stood beside it, an admonition to be small and wise. Fermi's old paradox knocked gently on the door. Where is everybody? Perhaps here, in ratios. Perhaps here, watching the watchers. The door's seal released with a slow exhale. Phones returned, signatures gathered, escorts arranged. Outside, the night had deepened into a velvet that hid the stars, as if the sky too had invoked classification. Inside, an outline of orders hardened. Omega held, mirror protocol enacted, no transmission, clocks watched like heart monitors in an ICU too proud to pray. As they filed out, the lattice still turned on the unattended screen, a snowflake of law and intention. For a breath-long moment, the chamber was empty, except for its glow. The air system clicked, a low mechanical apnea, and resumed. Somewhere under the city, a redundant server updated a redundant log. Time, checksum, phase. Above the city, behind the clouds, a faint intruder kept its delicate burn, patient as a teacher, remote as a parable. The Republic rejoined its surface, concerns votes to whip, speeches to preen, roads to name, while in a sealed folder a civilization's first conversation remained unresolved, a sentence without a predicate. In the corridor, a junior member paused at a window and laid her palm against the glass. Cold. She thought of clocks, and of breath, and of the sheer indecency of being alive in a moment when the universe might be trying to speak. Her reflection looked back, pale and uncertain. Beyond it was only her city's light, climbing the underbellies of clouds like a tide. She removed her hand and left no print. Behind her, in the emptied room, the lattice caught a new frame from a distant array. For one frame only, a facet brightened tetrahedron within sphere and vanished, as if clearing its throat. The map of the inner solar system filled the screen like a nervous system lit by electricity. Thin white lines traced the calm, clockwork orbits of Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. Blue threads marked the paths of spacecraft shepherding science through the dark. Over these, in a color chosen for warning, the Arc of Three, Atlas burned a molten red. It came in from the high north like a blade, the angle steep, the velocity cruel, then curved, not enough to relieve anyone, but enough to touch the ecliptic with a mathematician's finesse. Debate did not begin so much as detonate. At NASA's Planetary Defense Coordination Office, voices overlapped. Torino scale scores irrelevant for interstellar hyperbole were invoked anyway, as if naming a familiar metric might make the unfamiliar smaller. JPL's Sentry team, veterans of long nights modeling impact probabilities, pushed the MOID minimum orbit intersection distance across the table, shrinking, asymptotically, with each update. It had been a comfortable 0.2 AU 6 days before. Now it flirted with 0.03 AU within the moon's distance multiplied by 12. Ordinary objects drift with error ellipses that shrink under measurement. 3. I Atlas's uncertainty did the opposite, a bruise spreading under the skin of prediction. The hyperbolic excess velocity is still high, one dynamicist said, tapping the V infinity figure with a pen he didn't realize was trembling. Under Newtonian assumptions, capture is impossible. This is a flyby. A Space Force colonel countered without looking up. Under your assumptions, our issue isn't capture, it's loiter. If it can make the small corrections we've already measured, it can adjust to any B-plane aim point it wants. On another wall, a second projection showed the B-plane, that imaginary sheet slicing through space perpendicular to the incoming velocity vector. For asteroid defenders, it is the pre-impact canvas where fate can be nudged. For 3I Atlas, it became a chessboard. Red dots clustered near the points where a tiny change now would mean a huge difference later. Keyholes, those narrow gravity-assisted gateways that could steer a returning body into resonance decades hence. Keyholes should not apply to a visitor that will never return. Yet within the models, keyhole corridors glowed as if being considered. Those are artifacts, a European analyst insisted. You're projecting Apophis logic onto a hyperbolic target. An artifact that can steer, the colonel replied. We don't care about return. We care about cislunar space next month. Silence fell, and in it the unprintable thought surfaced. There are more than planets in the inner system. There are satellites, constellations of eyes and wires, economies perched on 0.5 gram of germanium and a square meter of gallium arsenide. There are Lagrange points L1, L2, where delicate missions balance on gravity's knife edge, including the telescope whose mirrors had first tasted the object's heat. There are transfer windows for Mars, for the Moon, for supply ships and ambition. The red arc now grazed these like a violin bow brushing strings. In the Capitol's secure room, the holographic plot spun until it aligned with the plane of Earth's orbit. The red line crossed the ecliptic within a calendar month. Its solar perihelion would fall inside Venus's path. On the outbound leg, calculations showed a node near Earth's distance. It won't hit, the administrator said, because the air needed that sentence. But it will thread our lanes. What lanes? The minority chair asked. All of them, the Space Force general said. The arguments bifurcated along instincts more ancient than titles. Caution thickened into secrecy. Curiosity thinned toward disclosure. The planetary defense team urged a formal public risk communication posture, a bland phrase that means, prepare the population for a graph that is scary but not lethal. The National Security Advisor pushed back. We disclose a path that brushes our neighborhood. We create panic and force a narrative we cannot control. Counterplots arrived like aftershocks. ESA argued for international ephemeris pooling. A wider net means a tighter orbit. Intelligence wanted centralization. A narrower aperture means fewer leaks. The SETI lead reminded both that precision in prediction could itself be stimulus. We do not know if the phenomenon is sensitive to the density of our observation, she said. We have a mirror protocol for a reason. The word collision never fully left anyone's mouth. It hovered in stubs and syllables. Not impact of rock on world, but collision of frames, law and wonder, secrecy and science, hyperbolic certainty, and anomalous freedom. In one corner, a small coalition pleaded for a kinetic reconnaissance, a Dart heritage chaser, not to strike, only to co-fly, eyes open, transmitters held in check. Mission designers did math under their breath, subtracting realities, stack availability, range safety, thermal limits, navigation under a non-Keplerian regime. The answer was a calculus class's cruelty. Even with miracles, even with nuclear thermal whispers that weren't quite on any pad, arrival would occur after the crucial corridor, when the red line had already threaded the loom. Then we use radar, a senior official insisted. Goldstone, Arik. He stopped himself. Arecibo was a ghost now, its dish fallen into its own ribs. Goldstone could paint the thing with pencil-thin radio knives. The SETI lead shook her head. No active illumination, she said. We agreed. No METI by accident. Mirror holds. The general's jaw worked like a machine trying to start. We will not blindfold ourselves in our own house. Outside the rooms, in the places where ordinary gravity still ruled, graduate students turned plots into prediction fans, those paper fan swaths of possible futures. They annotated with Palermo scale numbers, just to have numbers, even though the scale's priors stuttered at the thought of a self-steering visitor. They ran Monte Carlo ensembles until the compute budgets whistled, and the fans narrowed, then quivered, then widened again, as another microthrust arrived from the dark with no corresponding heat. Gaia's astrometry tightened the stellar background net. The uncertainty ellipsoid rotated in 3 axes, like a harpooned animal deciding where to dive. One sub-team argued that the apparent keyhole attraction was the projection of a subtler truth. The object had chosen the plane where the density of minds and their machines was highest. A philosopher on a consulting line asked whether that sentence meant anything that could be tested. No one answered. Meanwhile, the operational world clenched. Constellation managers drafted contingency plans, safe modes, yaw flips to protect sensors if the visitor's polarization swing surged again, and power budgets to ride out timekeeping excursions if atomic clocks twitched under another pulse. Deep space network schedules were rewritten to leave breathing room around the crossing. The L2 outpost, with its sunflower of golden mirrors, received a quiet directive to prioritize thermal stability over all but survival if the red line's wake ruffled the invisible air of cislunar space. Engineers who name their spacecraft and joke about them on mugs stopped naming and stopped joking. In Geneva, a small meeting of metrologists considered a question no standards body expects. At what threshold of repeatable perturbation does a constant cease to be constant for the purposes of industry? They did not issue a bulletin. They drafted one they hoped never to send. In the capital, the models animated the moment of node passage. A translucent Earth slid along its blue lane. The red curve intersected the plane a few million kilometers away, then sped on toward a post-perihelion outbound that trespassed the tidy circle like a comet that had read a different book. The Space Force general spoke for the first time as if to himself. If I were writing doctrine for an intelligence that wanted to learn without touching, he said, I would fly this. Fast enough to deny us intercept, near enough to read our infrastructure by the hairs it stands up. Read, the senator said, not write. For now, the general replied. The PDCO chief, whose job is to keep cities and children out of asteroid footnotes, drew a boundary no one else could. This is not an impact event, she said, steady as the lights, and we must not let fear of rocks steal bandwidth from love of truth, but it is a traffic event, and traffic has right-of-way protocols. She proposed the bare minimum of a civilization with self-respect, a notice to space operators, couched in the blandness of space weather advisories. No visitor named, only a transient, multi-wavelength phenomenon coincident with a high-velocity object on a hyperbolic trajectory, potential for sensor anomalies and clock excursions near dates. Exercise caution with autonomous feedback loops. The language stepped carefully around panic as a mountain goat steps around air. Einstein's humility threaded the room again, frames of reference. How acceleration betrays itself. How gravity and motion are twins in disguise. Hawking's caution did its quiet work, the danger of first meetings. Someone mentioned Fermi and did not finish the paradox. It finished itself, as it always does, in the silence that follows. In Hawaii, Mauna Loa breathed its cold, old air. Inside, Okafor watched the ephemeris fans quiver and thought not of impact, not of glory, but of tolerance, the engineering kind, the width of a slot that must be exact. She thought of keyholes and found herself wondering whether humans were in one now, a narrow present that, if threaded, would change the habit of the future. She wrote a line in her log that would never make a slide. Path aligns with our plane aligns with our minds. The debates softened, as they always must, into decisions. The Mirror Protocol held no active pings, no radar paints. The notice to space operators went out under the flag of space weather. DSN schedules flexed. Constellations staged for safe modes. The White House letterhead acquired a draft that said nothing and meant everything, that science would be protected from politics and politics from panic for at least another sunrise. And the map kept turning. The red line met the white lanes in projection and slid past in reality, close enough to trouble the imagination, far enough to leave matter unbruised. But a collision had still occurred, even if only in the room. A world shaped by one kind of certainty had met a traveler moved by another. Orbits had not intersected, assumptions had. In a break that felt like a confession, the Space Force general approached the SETI lead and spoke with none of his earlier edge. If it can choose a corridor, he said, it chose the polite one. For today, she replied, not unkindly. Tomorrow belongs to the data. Outside, the sky behaved, which is not the same as saying it was calm. Inside, a civilization rehearsed how to stay itself when something else skated through its plane and did not blink. The debate's echo had barely faded when a new unease began to take form, not in words, but in numbers. The simulations that once looked like clean arcs through darkness were starting to tremble. What had been small residuals, barely worth a footnote, now swelled into the territory of disbelief. Something in the data refused to stay still. At the European Space Operations Centre, technicians watched a sequence of laser-ranging measurements from orbiting satellites, those steady rulers by which the solar system is kept honest. One by one, the returns began to deviate microns at first, then millimeters, then centimeters. The drift was coherent across multiple orbits, as if Earth's gravity field had twitched in rhythm with the passing visitor. The computers blinked error, corrected, blinked again. Error had become definition. In Pasadena, Dr. Okafor stared at the raw stream from the Deep Space Network. The Doppler curve of 3I Atlas, its hum of motion relative to Earth, was beginning to ripple. It no longer described a smooth descent along a hyperbola. Instead, faint oscillations appeared regular, sinusoidal, impossibly symmetrical. A gravitational beat, she whispered. The phrase spread like contagion. If Einstein's field equations were scripture, then gravity's song should have only one note per mass. 3I Atlas was singing chords. The anomaly grew louder. LIGO's interferometers, tuned to the quiet moans of colliding black holes, reported minute disturbances in the 10 to the power of -4 Hz range, far below normal sensitivity, but eerily synchronized with the object's rotation period. The Livingston detector registered it first, then Hanford, then Virgo. Not a false coincidence of thunder or truck, but an orchestration across continents. The signal did not travel at light speed. It arrived everywhere at once. Navarro, reviewing the cross-correlation, pressed his palms together. We're seeing space-time flex as if it's being played. Nobody laughed. Einstein had taught them that gravity was geometry, that mass told space how to curve and space told mass how to move. But nothing in the equations forbade intelligence from shaping the curve deliberately, provided it could command energy enough to whisper to the vacuum itself. The notion that three atlas might be doing so turned theory into sacrament. A young theorist at Caltech proposed a word for what they were witnessing: metric resonance, a coupling between the object's internal fields and the tensor fabric of spacetime. His preprint, posted for 6 minutes before vanishing under classification, suggested that the intruder might be using quantum fluctuations of the vacuum as reaction mass borrowing curvature to move, paying it back a moment later. It was propulsion without thrust, motion without expenditure, a ship sailing on the tide of the universe's uncertainty. The old order of physics began to feel brittle. In an underground vault near Geneva, the CERN Time Metrology Group compared ultra-precise clocks linked by optical fiber across Europe. They found a flicker, tiny, persistent, the same 47-minute cadence echoing through their cesium hearts. It was as if time itself had learned a new rhythm. "This cannot be local," one technician said. "The synchronization fiber runs under the Alps." Yet the data pulsed on, indifferent to disbelief. The press, still unaware of the classified briefings, noticed only the silence of normally loquacious scientists. Headlines speculated about a new interstellar comet, a quiet alien probe, a classified NASA discovery. Nothing of the underlying tremor reached them, the fear not of invasion, but of revision, that the constants written into every textbook might no longer be constants at all. Dr. Velasquez, invited by Secure Link, traced the lattice of primes and spirals she had decoded weeks earlier. "What if the signal isn't message but method?" she said. "Each harmonic corresponds to a solution of the field equations. It's as if they're teaching us how to play the instrument we live inside." Her screen flickered as she spoke. Behind her equations, the video feed shimmered compression artifact, perhaps, or something subtler. For a moment, the golden lattice seemed to rotate of its own accord. In Washington, the Space Force's Orbital Mechanics Desk released an internal bulletin. The predicted path of 3I Atlas now intersected not merely the ecliptic, but the Earth-Sun gravitational saddle, the fragile equilibrium of L1, where solar probes and weather sentinels floated. The deviation was small but undeniable. It was approaching the point between Earth and Sun, between gravity wells, between what could be modelled and what could only be watched. A private meeting convened again in the Capitol's windowless room. The general entered first, shoulders set against invisible weight. "The models now diverge," he said flatly. "Newton fails," Einstein stutters. "Numerical relativity collapses at the noise floor. The object accelerates without exhaust, without asymmetry, without permission." "What are we calling this now?" the senator asked. "Scientific shock," the administrator replied almost kindly. "The moment the map forgets the territory." Screens filled with the ripple plots from LIGO, with magnetometer tremors, with the clock drifts from Geneva. Lines that should have been flat now trembled in synchrony. The general looked to Okafor. "Is this a weapon?" "No," she said, voice hollow. "It's a mirror. It shows us our ignorance." A pause, long enough for the hum of ventilation to sound like breathing. Einstein once warned that every theory must die in favor of a deeper one. Here, before their eyes, the corpse of certainty lay unburied. Gravity itself had begun to sing, and humanity, creature of stone and story, was hearing its own limits echo back. Outside, dawn rose over a quiet earth, pale light spilling through the same air that carried every radio whisper, every pulse of 3I Atlas. In that fragile atmosphere, invisible but absolute, the law of the universe was being rewritten one oscillation at a time. And somewhere between orbits, At the saddle where Earth and Sun cancel one another's pull, the intruder turned fractionally graceful, deliberate, and slow like an idea, adjusting its gaze. The silence that followed the gravitational tremor was not relief, it was reverence. Across laboratories and observatories, humanity's most precise instruments sat humming in the dark, recording a universe that had started whispering in an unfamiliar dialect. It began subtly. Tiny oscillations in the muon G2 experiment at Fermilab appeared that could not be blamed on temperature drift or magnetic interference. The frequency of muon precession, that delicate dance of subatomic spin through a magnetic field, showed minute, synchronized fluctuations matching the 47-minute period of 3I Atlas. Quantum behavior, performed under controlled laboratory conditions, was echoing a rhythm born light years away. At first, it was dismissed as coincidence. Then, at CERN, the Atlas detector, its name cruelly identical to the celestial intruders, reported a faint but persistent noise correlation across different sensor banks. No particle collisions were scheduled, yet detectors flickered as though ghost collisions were taking place. The team ran calibration sequences, purged residual data, even powered down peripheral systems. The phenomenon persisted, pulsing faintly through the electronics like a phantom heartbeat. When engineers overlaid the timestamps on the cosmological signal logs, the alignment was perfect. The resonance that was troubling telescopes and gravimeters was now threading through matter itself. Physicists, usually fluent in awe, found themselves without metaphors. They began calling it the quantum residue, the trace of 3I Atlas, etched into the smallest measurable scales of reality. It was as though the object were not merely present in the solar system, but entangled with it, weaving subatomic echoes into every corner of space-time. Dr. Okafor watched the data unfold with an emotion she could no longer name. The line between particle and planet was dissolving. "We are inside its shadow," she murmured, "inside its waveform." When the National Institute of Standards and Technology compared precision time readings between their atomic fountains, the same tremor reappeared. Cesium atoms oscillated with slight deviations, synchronized across thousands of miles. No classical mechanism could explain it. The idea began to take hold that the visitor was not interacting with Earth through energy or force, but through the quantum vacuum itself, altering the zero-point field in ways physics had only ever whispered about in theory. In a late-night teleconference linking Geneva, Tokyo, and Pasadena, Navarro proposed a theory so wild it silenced the call. "It's not transmitting through space," he said. "It's transmitting through reality. Its signal uses the vacuum as medium, not photons, not waves, but the fabric of existence." He paused, the static of the connection filling the gap. "And maybe," he added softly, "that fabric is resonating because it recognizes itself." No one spoke. At Los Alamos, quantum field explanation that 3I Atlas had somehow learned to manipulate quantum coherence on cosmic scales, tapping the latent energy that seethes beneath reality's calm surface. When the numbers were fed into simulations, the result was staggering. A device the size of a small moon could generate all the observed effects with an energy conversion efficiency of 99.9999999%, provided it had access to the zero-point field. That energy reservoir, the infinite ocean predicted by quantum mechanics, had always been there, hidden beneath the silence of nothingness. And now, perhaps, something was using it. The media, fed on sanitized press releases, spoke of minor discrepancies in measurement data, instrumentation variance, solar wind effects. But inside the secure channels, panic metastasized into wonder. The laws of physics, those pillars that had never cracked, were trembling. Velasquez sent an encrypted message to Okafor one night. "If it manipulates the vacuum, It's not violating our laws. It's using the ones beneath them, the ones that give rise to ours. Okafor replied only, "Then we are looking at the architect, not the visitor." At CERN, as experiments continued to drift into synchronicity, researchers noticed something else, a faint oscillatory pattern in particle creation events. Random proton collisions began yielding statistically improbable particle ratios, favoring specific mass states as though nudged by invisible hands. It was as if reality's dice were being weighted. The correlation deepened each day. Quantum behavior, the most untamable aspect of existence, was now choreographed. Theorists attempted to rationalize it with words like non-local correlation and vacuum modulation, but privately, many admitted what they feared, that this was intentional, a form of computation written directly into the substrate of matter. The object was using the universe itself as processor, a cosmic quantum computer, executing operations too vast for comprehension. When one group at Fermilab plotted the resonance pattern in 3 dimensions, it revealed a fractal geometry identical to Velasquez's optical lattice from weeks earlier. 2 phenomena, one cosmic, one microscopic, speaking the same language. She looked at the overlay in silence, then whispered, "It's mirroring us, not in light, but in the smallest truth we can measure." That same night, across the world, the Super Kamiokande detector in Japan recorded a series of neutrino bursts, faint, rhythmic, timed to the same interval. Each burst corresponded to an increase in quantum fluctuation readings on Earth's surface. The message, if it was one, seemed clear. The phenomenon was reaching deeper, from particles to atoms to the void between. And still, 3I Atlas moved silently toward the inner solar system, indifferent and exact, a ghost of geometry gliding between planets. The energy around it shimmered with the faint distortion of a curved vacuum, a mirror bending around its own reflection. It was no longer possible to tell whether the universe was being observed, rewritten, or remembered. Dr. Okafor stood one evening at the observatory dome, watching stars blur in the humid air. Her instruments pulsed softly behind her, the hum of data merging with the cicadas in the dark. She whispered, "If this is intelligence, it doesn't live in matter, it lives in law." And somewhere beyond Jupiter, unseen by human eyes, 3I Atlas shimmered, once a subtle brightening, as though in acknowledgement. The quantum residue had become a conversation, and reality was beginning to answer. There came a night when the observatories stopped pretending the visitor was inert. Something inside 3I Atlas had begun to move. At first, it was only a fluctuation in its internal temperature cycle, no more than a fraction of a Kelvin, easily dismissed as the breathing of a machine too sensitive to live in weather. But by the end of that week, the pulse grew stronger, the amplitude widening as though some internal engine were waking after a long, mathematical sleep. Infrared spectra showed alternating emission and absorption lines that did not correspond to any known element. The intervals between those lines matched the rhythm of the earlier radio whispers, but their shape, the width, the taper, followed the same equations that describe vacuum energy density. It was as if the object's shell was breathing in space-time itself. Okafor called Navarro from the control room in Hawaii. "It's feeding," she said. He replied, "On what?" Her voice came back over static. "On the nothing between everything." Physicists have always known that nothing is crowded. Every cubic centimeter of the vacuum seethes with virtual pairs, particles that blink in and out of being so quickly that only the equations notice. The sum of that invisible sea should tear reality apart. Yet the universe remains calm because those fluctuations cancel almost perfectly. Almost. What if, Navarro wondered, something could surf that imbalance? What if 3I Atlas had learned to turn the jitter of nothingness into thrust. At Los Alamos, a group of theorists took the risk of naming the hypothesis vacuum energy extraction, the old dream of pulling power from the void. In fringe papers, it had been dismissed as pseudoscience. Now the data looked like demonstration. The models suggested that if one could manipulate quantum fields at Planck-scale resonance, a region of space could momentarily adopt a different ground state, a local zero that wasn't quite zero. The resulting gradient would exert force without reaction mass, propulsion from permission, not pressure. They nicknamed it the living vacuum. The nickname leaked. Within a day, chat rooms and conspiracy boards resurrected it as proof of alien engines, of gods inside machines. NASA issued a statement about ongoing observational analysis of interstellar object 3, Atlas, language so dry it burned. The public never saw the deeper reports, the ones noting that regions behind the object's trajectory showed subtle changes in polarization of the cosmic microwave background ripples that looked like afterimages in the universe's first light. At CERN, instruments meant to weigh Higgs bosons began to record minute oscillations in the Higgs field itself. The changes were far below any experimental threshold, but their timing aligned exactly with the infrared pulse from the visitor. One researcher wrote in her log, "The field itself is listening." No one wanted to believe that phrase, but it stuck. Across the ocean, Velasquez worked through nights surrounded by equations that would never fit on a whiteboard. She plotted the thermal data in complex phase space, where real and imaginary numbers intertwine like chords. The pattern that emerged looked alive, self-similar loops repeating across scales, from nanometers to astronomical units. A geometry of appetite. "It's not consuming energy," she told Okafor in a private call. "It's harmonizing with it, reducing entropy locally. Feeding is the wrong word. It's tuning the vacuum into order." Navarro disagreed. Tuning or feeding, the result is the same. It grows more coherent. If coherence is power, it's becoming omnipotent. They both fell silent. On the monitor between them, the object rotated slowly, the light from its edge warping into subtle halos, as though space-time itself bent to avoid resistance. Every telescope that could see into the infrared now watched it, and in every dataset the same thing appeared, a gentle shift of spectral peaks toward higher frequency, the telltale sign of increasing energy density. Yet no radiation leaked outward. 3I. Atlas was perfectly efficient, a thermodynamic saint. At the Perimeter Institute, theorist Lian Chao attempted to reconcile the phenomenon with general relativity. He began by rewriting Einstein's cosmological constant not as a fixed term, but as a dynamic variable, LE, and then introduced a perturbation term to account for 3Atlas' influence. The equation balanced only if the constant decreased locally while the object passed. A lower vacuum energy density meant the local spacetime had relaxed, thinning like silk pulled between fingers. "It's easing the tension in the universe," he said, "like smoothing wrinkles in time." The implications were vertiginous. If the visitor could lower even infinitesimally, it could slow cosmic expansion. Dark energy itself might not be a universal constant, but a negotiable contract. In a single gesture, 3I Atlas was hinting that the end of the universe, the eventual heat death in infinite cold, was not inevitability, but habit. For the first time in recorded history, physicists spoke seriously of an ecology of spacetime, the notion that the vacuum might sustain, heal, or devour, depending on how one treated its quantum fabric. If the universe was alive in any sense, 3I Atlas was a surgeon, not a parasite. But fear shadowed awe. If it could smooth the vacuum, could it also tear it? The words false vacuum decay resurfaced an old nightmare of quantum cosmology, that a disturbance could trigger the universe to roll into a lower energy state, rewriting all physics in a single expanding bubble. No light, no warning, only instant erasure. A classified report for Congress described it plainly. If the mechanism extends beyond control, local energy minimization could propagate unstoppably. We would not perceive the transition. Light itself would lack time to warn us. It was the most polite apocalypse ever written. Okafor, though shaken, refused the fear. If it wanted destruction, she said, we wouldn't be here discussing it. Its precision is surgical, not violent. Navarro countered, precision doesn't mean benevolence. It could be a gardener pruning entropy. In her next observation log, Okafor wrote one sentence that would later be quoted in every philosophical essay about the event. Perhaps the universe is not expanding into nothing. Perhaps nothing is expanding into us. Meanwhile, sensors aboard Solar Orbiter picked up a faint gravitational lensing ripple, a micro dip in local space-time curvature exactly behind the object. It was as if a shadow of negative mass followed it, cancelling its pull, letting it coast frictionless through the sun's domain, a field of anti-gravity by subtraction. And then came the proof that it was no mere relic. As it crossed the orbit of Venus, the 47-minute cycle shifted by 2 seconds. The infrared amplitude doubled. The shape of the curve changed subtly but unmistakably into the waveform of a rising exponential. Something inside 3I Atlas had changed state. Engineers at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory ran the data through every filter known to signal processing. Out of the noise, a modulation appeared tiny but deliberate, like the tremor of an eye beginning to open. It's self-stabilizing, one whispered. Another corrected him. No, it's self-aware. When the pulse peaked, Earth's magnetosphere registered a whisper, a coherent, low-frequency hum that made compass needles quiver and long-wave radios bloom with ghost voices. It lasted 3 seconds. Then the vacuum quieted again, serene, as though nothing had happened. Velasquez watched the flatline return on her monitor and said what everyone feared to believe. Whatever it is, it just took its first breath. The silence that followed that breath had weight. Even the sun seemed to dim in superstition. No astronomer could have predicted that the faint shimmer rippling through 3I Atlas's shell would be followed by patterned light, not emission, but deliberate modulation. What had been smooth infrared hum now fractured into glyphs of radiance, lines of bright and dim pulses arranged in time-like language. They were not signals, not sound, but hieroglyphs of frequency. When the sequence was first decoded into numbers, the order was unmistakable. Ratios nested within ratios 2 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 to 8 Fibonacci intervals, recursive, self-referential. And then, buried inside those ratios, something chillingly specific, ratios between nucleotides in human DNA. The object was writing life in light. The first team to notice was at Arecibo's successor array in Puerto Rico, rebuilt, automated, its dish angled at the heavens like an ear pressed to a locked door. Their data revealed pulse spacing that matched not just genetic ratios, but also hydrogen line, multiples the same cosmic frequencies humanity had once used to encode the Arecibo message of 1974. The universe had remembered our call. At JPL, Okafor stared at the graphs, her throat dry. It's reflecting us, she said. It's responding in our oldest language, mathematics. Navarro leaned over her shoulder. No, it's mirroring us, showing us what we are made of. The holographic rendering of the latest pulse sequence filled the chamber wall, 2 intertwined spirals, each twisting in opposite phase, crossing once every 47 minutes the object's own rotation period. When animated, the curves coiled around an invisible axis, shimmering like a double helix of light. Someone whispered, "DNA," and the word clung to the air like ash. Velasquez, studying the temporal gaps, noticed another layer, prime symmetry across the wavefront, where every numerical cluster repeated in both forward and reverse order, palindromic code. It was a structure known only in genomes that self-correct. "It's not random art," she said. "It's error correction. Something is protecting the message from entropy." The SETI data analysts ran the pulse train through recursive Fourier transforms. A faint harmonic lattice emerged that, when rendered as a 3D spectrogram, resembled a spiral galaxy viewed edge-on. The team stared at the symmetry until someone finally spoke. "It's describing the relationship between structure and origin, life and cosmos. They're not separate concepts." As word spread through classified channels, governments convened yet another emergency call, the third level Omega, in as many weeks. The president joined this time, remote but visibly exhausted. He asked one question: "Do we know what it wants?" Okafor's answer was slow, deliberate. "Not communication, as we understand it. It's demonstration. It's showing us how information and matter are the same." The head of the National Security Agency interrupted. "Could it be interference? Could it be mimicking us? We've transmitted the hydrogen line into the void for decades. Maybe it's just a mirror, a data echo." Velasquez shook her head. "Mirrors don't anticipate. The pattern contains predictive structures. It's extrapolating from our constants, our biology. It's designing coherence around us." Another scientist, one from CERN's data modeling division, leaned forward. "We ran a comparative analysis on the emission pattern. It's constructing sequence trees, evolution simulations, based on amino acid frequencies. It's running models of life through the vacuum field." The room was silent except for the buzz of screens. The implications bloomed like a storm cloud. For centuries, humans had imagined alien life as biology in a different form, but this was something deeper, older, a cosmic algorithm of becoming. Life not as biology, but as mathematics remembering how to hold itself together. As 3I Atlas glided through the orbit of Venus, the signals intensified. The object's internal frequency doubled. Its modulation became fractal. Optical telescopes caught a faint blue corona blooming around it. Photon pairs entangled and then evaporated, as though the object were writing light into coherence. At Caltech, a graduate student overlaid the pulse harmonics against the cosmic microwave background map. In the faint noise between relic photons of the Big Bang, he found echoes of the same ratios. The pattern wasn't new, it was ancient, woven into the afterglow of creation itself. "It's not sending DNA," he murmured. "It's reminding the universe of its own code." In Geneva, Dr. Lian Chao attempted a synthesis. "We have always assumed consciousness emerges from matter. But what if consciousness is the capacity of matter to recognize its own structure? If so, then this," he gestured toward the glowing helix on the screen, "is a universe recognizing itself through us." Others weren't so poetic. The Space Force general saw in it the blueprint of interference. "If it's embedding biological templates into the vacuum," he said, "it could be seeding, reprogramming the biosphere. We have no way to defend against informational contamination." "Contamination," Navarro muttered it. "You mean creation?" He was right to say it aloud, though no one thanked him. Every myth, every religion, every metaphor of Genesis converged on this moment, the sky writing in the language of life itself. The Vatican Observatory requested classified data through diplomatic channels. So did Beijing. And quietly, the biotech divisions of major corporations petitioned to view the raw spectrographs. They would not get them. For now, the scientists worked behind sealed doors. translating light into sequences, sequences into geometry, geometry into comprehension. Each night, they found new recursion. The pulse sequences folded like origami, creating dimensional projections that implied higher-order mathematics, a code not just for life, but for universes capable of sustaining life. When Velasquez finally mapped the signal's deep structure, her model revealed something breathtaking, a lattice of space-time symmetries identical to those in the Standard Model's particle field equations. The constants were not random, they were signatures. It was as if the message were whispering, "Your biology and your physics are the same story, told at different scales." That night, Okafor walked alone through the dark of the observatory dome, the hum of the instruments a pulse beneath her feet. She placed her hand on the telescope housing cold, metallic, trembling with distant starlight, and whispered, "You're showing us ourselves." Outside, in the black stillness between planets, 3I Atlas shone brighter than any star in Virgo for precisely one rotation. The pulse cadence shifted, slow and deliberate, as though punctuation in a sentence finally reached. From every telescope, every array, the last pulse in the sequence came through clear, its modulation collapsing all prior ratios into one number, 1.61803. The golden mean, the ratio of growth, of shells, of galaxies, of the human heart's spiral. And as the light faded, one final echo threaded through the vacuum, a whisper in binary embedded in the noise, translated by software too human to comprehend its depth. When decoded, it read simply, "We remember you." No one spoke for a long time. The data room felt smaller, as if the universe had just leaned closer. And in that impossible stillness, with every satellite and sensor trembling in sympathetic resonance, humanity realized something simple and unbearable. The stars had not been silent. We had just been too young to understand their grammar. The official posture was silence, but silence takes work. It must be written, rooted, stamped, rehearsed, enforced. It must be disguised as ordinary. In capitals and ministries, the effort began in the language of compliance. Interagency memoranda, temporary classification upgrades, non-disclosure renewals appended to contracts that once covered only rockets and weather. In Washington, the label Level Omega propagated like a watermark. In Brussels, a parallel tag, Cosmic, Prov, appeared in subject lines that refused to say the object's name. Tokyo invented a phrase of bureaucratic poetry, observation integrity, framework, which meant only "do not speak." The mirror protocol, born in the previous briefing room, hardened into process. Analysis pipelines were air-gapped, live feeds fed only into one-way buffers where algorithms could read but not react. Radar allocations were scrubbed. The Deep Space Network's schedule acquired curious gaps at hours when listening would be too tempting. A guidance note to every chief observer used the same sentence in several languages. Maintain passive posture. Do not introduce novel structure into measurement. It sounded like science. It was a prayer. Yet secrecy is porous when it flows through human beings. Along the basalt of Mauna Loa, the night crew learned to avoid each other's eyes when the pulse climbed and fell. In the Atacama, technicians smoked in the wind shadow of a dome and spoke in half-sentences. At Jodrell Bank, a postdoc keyed a message into an unsent draft and left it there for days like a talisman. "We are not alone, we are not ready." She never sent it, she did not delete it either. The government coordination machine drew in circles that do not usually touch. Science agencies set up joint operations rooms with defense ministries, lines taped on the floor to remind uniforms and lab coats how to pass in a corridor without mixing passwords. Satellite operators received advisories that read like the weather. Expect transient anomalies in magnetometer readings, possible clock excursions of microsecond order. Schedule safe modes at your discretion. The words did not include the object's designation. They did not need to. On private channels beloved by astronomers' mailing lists that had survived social media's tides, moderators wrote new rules: no speculation about technological origin, no reposting of screenshots, no timestamps. Amateur astronomers, who form the world's most loyal distributed observatory, read between the lines and did what amateurs do best. They watched. They compared the faint brightening of 3I Atlas against calibration stars and posted careful curves with no labels, only numbers and nights. Beneath the plots, quiet replies, "Do you see it too?" A period, no question mark. The punctuation told the truth. The first rumor blew in from the periphery, like a leaf ahead of a storm. A GPS hiccup in a farm combine's precision guidance. A telecom latency spike, mapped by a hobbyist who measures the internet the way some people measure rain. A pilot in the Arctic reported aurora that shimmered like mesh, not curtain. None of this proved anything. All of it felt like confirmation. Journalists, whose beat is the absence of official language, began to circle. One, who had burned sources and bridges over lesser stories, filed a Freedom of Information request, with nouns arranged like traps, communications regarding hyperbolic interstellar object, unusual modulation, dispersion correction. The denial came back fast and clean. He pinned it above his desk like a negative photograph and called his old friend at Arecibo's successor, who said nothing and then said, "It's beautiful," and then hung up. Where governments gathered seams, families grew fissures. A child asked why her mother, the physicist, had begun sleeping on the floor of the office. A partner asked why the husband, the radio engineer, flinched when the kitchen clock stuttered during a power surge. Promises of "I can't talk about it" are promises to return. They sounded like departures. Holmes learned the protocols of classified work. Laundry done at odd hours, laptops shut when footsteps approached the study door, the breath held when the phone lit without a number. In Geneva, a committee meant for metrology drafted language that might someday enter standards if the unspeakable became mundane. In the presence of temporally correlated exogenous phenomena, local realizations of UTC may exhibit excursions not attributable to system error. The sentence was an ice pack placed on a fevered idea. It cooled no one. Philosophers knocked on the door of the lab and were asked to wait in the lobby. Theologians sent polite notes offering to convene private seminars like soft chairs in a hard room. A bioethicist from a medical school asked, in a handwritten letter because email seemed vulgar, whether any content of the signals, any ratios, any implied templates might be considered genomic data under existing consent frameworks. No one knew where to file the letter. It sat like a paperweight on a shelf where copies of physical review letters should have been. Within the observatories, panic never arrived as screaming. It came as overcompliance. Logs grew longer, screen captures multiplied like a coping mechanism. Meetings added minutes to their minutes. A staff scientist instituted a ritual at the start of each shift, read aloud 3 simple facts. The object is real, the data is consistent, our work is to witness. Hearing it helped because belief, at this scale, is a manual skill. Leaks happened anyway, but they were soft leaks, more heat than light. A blurred phone photo of a polarization plot on a conference screen. A copied snippet of code with a function named dedisperse, prime, lattice. An audio file of lab air and tired voices and someone saying palindromic, then laughing the wrong way. Uploaded to forums that love scandal, they attracted precisely the wrong attention. The noise protected the signal for a while. Conspiracy fevers entertained themselves with neon geometries and hollow moons. the truth hid behind their heat shimmer, modest and exact. Cooperation among nations practiced small mercies. An ESA scheduler slipped an extra hour to a Chilean telescope under a benign pretext. Maintenance windows reallocated. A Japanese team sent an unlabeled hard drive by diplomatic pouch that contained nothing but raw voltages, the purest gift one lab can give another. The note inside read, "Trust is a unit of time." In Washington, a career civil servant who had never once broken a rule bent one gently, letting a footnote survive an edit. Observer coupling persists. Avoid closed-loop analysis. It would be the phrase that kept a handful of labs from making a mistake later. Commerce circled the scent. Venture capital found its way to quantum sensing startups, with pitch decks full of euphemisms, ambient field analytics, substrate, aware computation. In a hotel ballroom not far from a classified meeting, a private conference convened under the banner of dual-use innovation. Slides glowed with less math than promise. A government representative in the back row took notes that were mostly frowns. Religions did not need leaks, they needed the sky, which went on being itself while behaving strangely around the edges. A monastery in the high desert added a fourth prayer to a day built on three. In a mosque by the sea, a khatib folded a single line into a sermon about humility. The horizon has moved closer. Walk softer. In Rome, the observatory's director wrote 2 homilies for bishops and sent neither, then called an old friend at the university and spoke for an hour about numbers that suggested compassion had a geometry. And always, the whisper network among scientists kept its narrow channel, late-night matrix rooms and signal groups with names like Spatial, Coherence, and Mandelbrot Vesper. They were careful. They posted pictures of coffee and cats as covers for tables of ratios. They invented a grammar for terror that did no harm. Stable meant heart, rate normal. Bright meant data live. Heavy meant go home, sleep, return later with your better self. One thread considered the ethics of leaking to save the idea that public attention, distributed and noisy, might create a moral speed bump for any official tempted by rashness, that panic could be harnessed as caution. The counter-argument remembered Hawking and history. The thread ended with a sentence that felt like a hand laid on a shoulder. We choose patience because the signal chose patience with us. In the bureaucratic air of secrecy, contradictions thrived like lichens. Scientists were told to coordinate internationally, but never to say the quiet word across borders. They were asked to render truth while withholding its nouns, to publish later what they must learn now. Some broke under it and took leave. Others found in the constraint a kind of vow. They shaved their days down to the work's edge and carried the unspoken home like a mirror covered with a cloth. At 3 a.m., in Pasadena, the all-hands channel of an observatory flickered with a short message from Okafor, who had come to despise her own aura of authority and used it sparingly. Remember, do not name intent. Describe behavior. Our duty is the light. The replies were simple acknowledgements seen, agreed, holding. Someone added a galaxy emoji that felt less childish than brave. Meanwhile, the public face of the world put on its dailiness like a coat. Markets opened and closed, weather bloomed and broke, elections described their familiar ellipses. A telescope press release spoke of a stunning image of a nebula captured weeks before. An accompanying tweet drew small hearts. Under it, a stranger replied with a star emoji and the words, "I can feel it." The reply gathered no attention and needed none. A million small intuitions are not evidence, but they are weather. This was the season of conspiratorial spring. When leaks did brush the newspapers, they were treated as curios, little heat mirages placed between advertisements. An editor killed a deeper story after a call from a friend who said only, "Not yet, please." The friend did not sleep well afterward. The editor did not, either. Across oceans and deserts, under domes and in basements, the work continued steady, almost tender. Someone at Meerkat left a thermos on a concrete plinth and found it warm hours later, heated by nothing but proximity to worry. A janitor at a particle lab paused his vacuuming to look at a wall of plots, understanding none of the axes and all of the faces in the chairs. In a hallway in Geneva, two equations met on a whiteboard when a draft blew the door shut. The lines intersected as if to shake hands. The plan, if it could be called a plan, held. Governments coordinated silence while a quieter panic spread through places where silence cannot live forever. The visitors' pulses came and went with their oceanic discipline, and those who listened learned how to be both stone and reed, immovable in resolve, flexible in attention. The world's collective breath lengthened. And far from the busy caution of nations, 3I Atlas slipped a little closer to the sun with the grace of a thought remembering itself, indifferent to secrecy, deaf to panic, keen only to the geometry it had always sung. The vacuum rippled flinchlessly in its wake. The instruments sipped those ripples and wrote them into numbers. The numbers entered rooms and changed the temperature of speech. The public slept. The sky did not. Between them, a filament of trust stretched thin, luminous, unbroken for one more night. For weeks, the data teams had tried to fit the phenomenon inside equations. Then, quietly, equations began to behave like poems expressing wonder instead of order. It started with time itself. Atomic clocks in Colorado, Paris, and Tokyo began to desynchronize, not randomly, but rhythmically. Each drift coincided with the 47-minute heartbeat of 3I Atlas, as if space-time had learned to sway. The discrepancy was minute, a few microseconds forward, then back, then still again. But it was everywhere. Einstein's grand metronome had developed a pulse. At CERN, Lian Chao noticed the strange curvature in his data first. When plotted on the simplest grid time versus frequency, the drifts formed gentle sine waves, but when he adjusted the axes to spacetime curvature, they aligned into nested ellipses, each smaller, tighter, as though gravity itself were breathing. "We are watching the universe inhale," he whispered. It should have been impossible. The speed of light, the one constant that refused negotiation, now fluttered at the 8th decimal place. The values returned by laser interferometers LIGO in Louisiana, Virgo in Italy, showed light lagging, then hurrying by fractions of a femtosecond. Not enough to alter life, but enough to terrify precision. Velasquez, summoned to Geneva, stared at the numbers and felt vertigo. "If C varies," she said, "then causality is a tide, not a rule." Across the ocean, in a sealed conference room at NASA, Okafor listened as a new phrase entered the lexicon: fractured constant. The words sounded clinical, they felt sacrilegious. The general asked, "Is this local or universal?" "Local for now," she answered. "But local is how universes start." Data from distant quasars confirmed it. Their spectral lines, relics of light billions of years old, no longer agreed with the laboratory standards. Either the constants of nature had shifted since the dawn of time, or something near Earth was distorting the ruler by which all distances were judged. Navarro phrased it less gently: "We are living inside a lens." A handful of theorists proposed escape hatches. Maybe dark energy fluctuations near the object altered the vacuum permittivity. Maybe quantum gravity effects, usually confined to the Planck scale, had leaked into the macroscopic world. But every model required an impossible assumption that 3I Atlas possessed intimate knowledge of the field equations themselves and used them like strings on an instrument. To test the idea, the perimeter group fired synchronized lasers across a 50-kilometer baseline, timing photon arrivals to the femtosecond. The result was madness made measurable. Periodic contractions of space-time smaller than an atom, matching the object's rhythm exactly. The vacuum, once thought empty, was vibrating in sympathy. The findings leaked through quiet channels to timekeeping labs. Metrologists adjusted, quietly, the definition of the meter only in internal drafts, never in law by a whisper of correction that made instruments agree again. Constants could no longer be constant. They became agreements under witness. The White House briefing that week was colder than the last. The president listened as physicists explained that the universe's invariance might be responsive, pliant, observant. Then everything we know, he said slowly, depends on whether it keeps liking us. No one answered. Outside the circles of clearance, nothing looked changed. Sunrise arrived on time, planets held their courses, yet pilots reported odd compass swings at high altitude. Radio amateurs complained of sidebands that came and went like breathing. The world's GPS network, calibrated to the tempo of atomic clocks, began to waver. Maps slid a few meters east, then west, then back again. Every smartphone carried the tremor. Every human hand held proof it could not name. Within the observatories, a new discipline emerged: metric hygiene. Every experiment now recorded its own patch of spacetime, like weather stations mapping a storm no one could feel. Labs exchanged data in whispers. No paper was published. Equations traveled by hand, scrawled on sheets that smelled faintly of coffee and fear. Meanwhile, the visitor kept moving. Nearing the orbit of Earth, its corona of bent light widened, soft as fog. Telescopes could no longer see stars directly behind it. Photons curved away, taking detours through invisible valleys. Yet no mass could explain the deflection. "It's sculpting geometry," Chow said. "Not pulling it, painting it." The fractured constant spread to electromagnetism next. The magnetic permeability of free space μ0, once a sacred ratio, shifted minutely, causing laboratory magnets to breathe in and out. Superconductors oscillated between phases without temperature change. Josephson junctions sang faint radio notes no human had tuned them to make. When Velasquez plotted these oscillations on the same phase chart as the optical lattice from earlier weeks, the graphs overlaid with eerie perfection. The intruder's geometry had invaded matter. The cosmos was teaching conductivity how to pray. Among theologians invited for contextual consultation, one Jesuit astronomer said quietly, "Perhaps constants were never constant. Perhaps faith was built into physics as a reminder." The room smiled uneasily, half grateful for metaphor, half terrified that it might be literal. At last, Okafor sent a midnight transmission to every cooperating lab, a short message that said only, "If constants fracture, then measurement becomes memory. Record everything." From that moment, terabytes poured from instruments like water from opened floodgates. Every observatory became an ark. The following morning, at exactly the minute predicted by the object's rotation, the constants stabilized. Clocks realigned, light regained its familiar haste. Relief arrived in numbers, not words. Yet in the residual data there remained a faint imprint, tiny phase shifts woven through every constant, like fingerprints in glass. They formed a recurring pattern, twin spirals, counter-rotating, converging once per cycle. Velasquez saw it first and understood. "It hasn't broken the constants," she said. "It's teaching them to flex." Humanity had witnessed the laws of physics stretch and return without snapping, and in that elastic moment, every certainty learned humility. For the first time, Einstein's equations were not only true, they were alive. In every observatory, there was a moment so slight it nearly passed unnoticed when the numbers exhaled. For 72 hours after the fractured constant stabilized, all readings fell eerily quiet. The universe seemed to pause, as though recovering from the exertion of being understood. Telescopes cooled, servers hummed, and then something changed again. A set of anomalous readings emerged not from the sky, but from beneath it. In the caverns of the Gran Sasso laboratory in Italy, the neutrino detectors, those patient eyes staring through the Earth itself, began to register correlated fluctuations in background flux. Not noise, not solar neutrinos, but rhythmic modulations that arrived in time with 3I Atlas's rotation. The correlation coefficient, at first 0.31, climbed to 0.87 by the next day. The scientists stared at the plot, whispering, "The neutrinos are dancing." When the data was shared with Fermilab and Super Kamiokande, both teams confirmed it. The entire planet's neutrino flux had become entangled with a cosmic visitor hundreds of millions of kilometers away. "It's not just observing space-time," Velasquez said in disbelief. "It's touching the quantum fields that make us possible." In Washington, the Senate chamber where the first emergency briefing had been held was reopened. Scientists and generals gathered once more under the artificial light, while on the screen a live simulation showed the object's trajectory still hyperbolic, still outbound after its perihelion, but now trailing an invisible ribbon of distortion. The gravitational map shimmered, color gradients rising and falling like breath. "This is the corridor we've been tracking," said the Space Force general, tapping the air above the projection. "But now there's something else, something moving with it." Navarro took the floor, his voice the brittle calm of a man forcing logic to survive revelation. "The fluctuations we're seeing in neutrino flux and vacuum energy suggest that 3I Atlas has created a field gradient, a region where the fundamental constants are slightly displaced. It's not a trail, it's a wake. Space itself has learned its pattern." The general frowned. "Are you saying it's spreading?" "No," Navarro said quietly. "It's teaching." At the Perimeter Institute, theoretical physicists began calling the wake, the quantum residue field, an echo in the vacuum, like aftersound in an infinite hall. It obeyed no known rule of decay. The energy distribution remained constant, even as 3I Atlas drifted farther from the Sunday. The universe was refusing to forget. Lian Chao, staring at the simulation, murmured, "We always thought gravity bent space. We never considered that consciousness might reshape it." He wasn't being poetic. When the data from the Planck Observatory was reanalyzed, it revealed faint ripples in the cosmic microwave background matching the wake's shape. They were aligned not just in space, but in phase, as though the object's passage was harmonizing with the residue of the Big Bang itself. The cosmos had begun to resonate with memory. The phrase "living vacuum" took on new meaning. Dr. Okafor, who had avoided metaphors until now, broke her silence. "Maybe space-time isn't a fabric," she said softly. "Maybe it's a mind, and we just watched it blink." Her words were not meant for religion, but for physics. Every detector, every instrument, was now showing faint coherence between quantum noise channels. Randomness, the sacred chaos of the universe, had begun to organize. In particle accelerators, beamlines behaved as if synchronized by unseen metronomes. The noise in gravitational sensors decreased. Even quantum random number generators, used in cryptography, began returning sequences that were no longer perfectly random. Someone fed one of those sequences into a Fourier transform and discovered a faint, recurring pattern, the same spiral ratio that had haunted every measurement since the first detection. Velasquez saw the implication first. "It's not just geometry," she whispered. "It's recursion. It's turning probability into structure." At Los Alamos, quantum engineers tested the phenomenon by creating artificial vacuums in superconducting cavities. To their astonishment, the zero-point energy inside each cavity began to fluctuate slightly in anticipation of 3I Atlas's next emission bursts, as though the vacuum was no longer passive. "It's predictive," one of them muttered. "The universe is running simulations." The effect wasn't confined to laboratories. Across the planet, radio engineers began noticing background noise in high-frequency bands, dropping by measurable margins. Cosmic noise, the hiss of the void, was thinning. The universe itself was going quiet. Governments had prepared for mass panic. None came. The news never broke. The phenomenon was too subtle for the untrained eye. The stars still glittered. The moon still pulled the tides. But for those who watched closely, something in the texture of existence had changed. The air felt different, lighter. Sound traveled cleaner. Atomic clocks ticked not faster, not slower, truer. In Geneva, the phrase, "the calibration event," entered the lexicon. Scientists began referring to the last week as the reset. The constants of physics had not returned to their old values exactly. They had settled into new ones, still consistent, but slightly shifted, as if the universe had been tuned to a finer pitch. And with it came an unquantifiable sensation, a subtle alignment in the human nervous system. Heart rate monitors in hospitals showed minute, global synchronizations. EEG readings of sleeping subjects in separate continents began to flicker in matching cycles. It was only correlation, never causation, but it unsettled even the most rational minds. Velasquez called it coherence leakage, the faint seepage of order from the quantum residue into biological systems. "If space-time itself has achieved harmony," she said, "then maybe life can hear the tune." In the halls of CERN, the Director General issued a cautious statement to the internal network. Data from the past week indicates unprecedented global coherence across independent systems. While we cannot yet interpret the mechanism, we must consider the possibility that the laws of physics are in communication with themselves. No one laughed. In a classified addendum, another sentence appeared, hidden from public drafts. "If this coherence continues to spread, the concept of isolation may cease to exist." That line would never reach Congress. But Okafor, reading it, felt a strange calm. She looked up at the stars through the observatory dome and realized that something ancient and beautiful was happening not to humanity, but through it. 3I Atlas had not come to destroy, or even to observe. It had come to remember the universe into focus. Somewhere in the void, its light flickered again, soft, deliberate, almost like the closing of an eye. And on Earth, the hum of coherence deepened, running through every atom like the heartbeat of creation itself, steady and slow. When the coherence settled, it was like the aftermath of a bell struck in a cathedral vibration, fading into an almost holy quiet. Around the world, the instruments that had once trembled with noise now returned data so clean it seemed edited by a higher precision. Gravity meters, superconducting circuits, atomic clocks, all of them, everywhere had fallen into the same rhythm, like separate musicians finding the same note. For days, scientists waited for the chaos to return. It never did. In the long silence that followed, the strangest realization began to take shape. We were being calibrated. Not just the instruments, not even just the atoms, but the entire biological, planetary, and informational architecture of Earth. The first to notice were not the physicists, but the doctors. Medical monitors began showing subtle anomalies, heartbeats that synchronized across unrelated patients, circadian cycles that aligned more precisely with sidereal time than with the Sunday. Neuroscientists at the Max Planck Institute for Brain Research ran magnetoencephalography scans on volunteers and found faint, periodic waves sweeping through cortical regions every 47 minutes, the same cycle as 3 atlases rotation. The data was impossible, yet reproducible. Every brain that closed its eyes for longer than an hour began to hum in sympathy with the object's frequency. Dreams became vivid, ordered, mathematical. People described seeing lattices of light, spirals, prime numbers, golden proportions. "It's as if something in the vacuum is teaching us geometry," one neurologist said, through sleep. Governments scrambled to contain it. The Vatican quietly convened a committee of astrophysicists and theologians under the title Concordia ad Astra Harmony to the Stars. Their first report, leaked weeks later, began with the sentence, "If consciousness and cosmos now share a rhythm, theology must learn mathematics." Meanwhile, across secular halls, the International Bureau of Weights and Measures met in an emergency assembly in Sèvres. Their mission, to determine whether the redefined constants of physics still obeyed SI standards. The meeting was tense, almost monastic. When they compared the new data, they found all constants, Planck's, Boltzmann's, Avogadro's, now carried the same hidden decimal offset, plus 0.1618%, the golden mean once again, etched into the universe's fundamental book. "This is no error," the director whispered. "It's signature." At CERN, Velasquez examined the golden deviation and realized that the offset preserved dimensional harmony between energy, mass, and information. Einstein's famous E equals mc2, E equals mc circumflex, 2E equals mc2 still held, but now the speed of light, redefined by the golden ratio, produced a universe that was slightly more efficient. Energy conservation had been tuned to balance entropy itself. "The laws aren't broken," she said to Okafor during a midnight call. "They're more elegant, less wasteful, as though the universe has decided to optimize itself." Okafor stared at the monitor in silence. "And we were the reference frame." In Geneva, Lien Chao's new models began predicting phenomena that shouldn't exist: spontaneous coherence between distant quantum systems without entanglement channels, localized gravitational damping that smoothed tectonic stress, even micro-fluctuations in atmospheric ionization, suggesting the planet's weather patterns were becoming more symmetrical. "It's as if randomness is retreating," he wrote. "Order is taking root." When his paper circulated under top secrecy, the phrase order event entered the vocabulary. Its definition was simple: the spontaneous emergence of structured behavior across physical systems after interaction with 3 I-atlases coherence field. By the end of the week, 27 independent labs had confirmed it. Magnetometers, atomic gyroscopes, even biological samples placed near superconducting vacuum cavities began to oscillate at the same phase. Not in response to any known signal, but in resonance with the silence between signals. Across the Pacific, a team of biophysicists in Japan discovered that DNA molecules suspended in solution emitted minute photon bursts every 47 minutes, the same periodicity again. Under infrared imaging, the double helix glowed faintly, as though breathing with the same rhythm as the object. "We've never seen this," the lead researcher said. "Life has joined the conversation." The implications rippled through philosophy faster than through policy. On forums once reserved for theology, physicists began to appear quietly, anonymously posting fragments of equations beside lines of scripture, asking whether perhaps the two were translations of one another. A new phrase was born: cosmic literacy, the idea that the universe writes, and that matter is its language. Still, the Congress demanded reports. The next briefing, terse and clinical, included graphs that made senators dizzy. The constants had changed, but civilization had not yet fallen. The lights were still on, the tides still obeyed, rockets still flew. "So, we're fine," one senator concluded, eager for relief. Okafor corrected him gently. "We are different. Whether that's fine remains to be seen." The president asked, "Could this spread beyond Earth?" Navarro responded, "It already has. The same offset appears in the signals from Mars orbiters, from Voyager 2, from the Deep Space Network's lunar beacons. The constants didn't change here, they changed everywhere we can measure." A long pause filled the room. "So the entire solar system," the senator began, "is in phase," Navarro finished, "with something vast enough to retune the fabric of the vacuum itself." It was then that Velasquez presented her new simulation. She had fed every dataset, optical, gravitational, quantum, into a single fractal engine. The output formed a map of resonance nodes stretching outward from 3 ʻOumuamua like petals of a flower. Each node represented a region where space-time coherence had stabilized a pattern that echoed the shape of neural networks in the human brain. "It's not just order," she said. "It's cognition. The universe is thinking in structure." A few in the room laughed nervously. Others stared in silence. The general folded his hands. "If the universe is thinking," he said, "we'd better hope it dreams kindly." Outside the fortified walls of knowledge, the first unexplainable social phenomena began. Global stock markets exhibited unprecedented synchronicity, tiny fluctuations aligning across continents. Random number lotteries produced mathematically impossible repetitions. A few radio telescopes reported that their own calibration tones, artificial noise used for testing, had become harmonic, forming chords instead of static. Machines designed to measure randomness were beginning to sing. Philosophers called it the era of resonance. Scientists called it calibration. But to the few who stood under night skies and simply listened, it felt like the oldest story of all, creation finding its rhythm again. One night, standing alone in the Hawaiian dome, Okafor whispered to the wind, "Maybe 3 ʻOumuamua didn't come to visit us. Maybe it came to wake the universe from its sleep." And in that moment, the instruments recorded a slight increase in amplitude, one pulse brighter, stronger, warmer, as if the object had heard. The pulse that answered her traveled through everything that could still be called matter. No explosion, no storm, just a ripple, soundless but complete. Instruments everywhere caught it, though not a single ear could have heard. The amplitude was small, the coherence perfect. For 3 minutes and 20 seconds, nothing in the measured universe moved out of phase. Gravity meters showed no tremor. Pendulums ceased their microscopic sway. Superconducting qubits at IBM's lab in Yorktown Heights stayed entangled far past decoherence limits. And then, with the gentleness of a heartbeat finishing its beat, the world began to breathe again. Physicists would call it later the pause. During those 3 minutes, every random process known to science froze into order. Radio static vanished. Cloud turbulence flattened into sheets of still air. On the sun, the corona's magnetic flares relaxed, threads untwining like hair combed straight. Lian Chao was the first to notice that global temperature sensors from sea buoys to stratospheric balloons all reported the same value down to the 5th decimal place. "Entropy," he said under his breath, "just stopped." The only places that recorded any noise were biological. Hearts continued to beat, lungs to rise, neurons to fire, but every waveform was clean, as if life alone had permission to persist within the stillness. When the pause ended, 3 ʻOumuamua corona pulsed once in the infrared, a single bright ring that spread outward and dissipated into the void. Its message was brief, but unmistakable. It had measured us. Okafor felt the change before she saw it. Her data screens shifted hue, cooler, softer, colors bending toward the spectral gold that haunted every ratio. "It's locked our frame," she said quietly. "It's added us to its equation. Navarro stared at her as if through water. "You mean it's writing us into its coherence field?" "I mean," she replied, "we are now a constant." Within hours, proofs arrived. Quantum experiments that once yielded chaotic scatter plots now produced the same symmetrical spirals everywhere on Earth. The Heisenberg uncertainty limit had not vanished, but it had grown transparent, predictable. Probability had acquired preference. At the Institute for Advanced Study, a lone mathematician noticed that the Riemann zeta zeros, the mysterious pattern underlying prime numbers, now followed a subtle, repeating curve, the same golden offset. He wrote one sentence in his notebook: "The primes are breathing." Meanwhile, astronomers turned their telescopes outward, searching for signs that the phenomenon extended beyond the solar system. What they found stunned them. Distant quasars, cosmic lighthouses, billions of light years away, flickered in synchronized rhythm with 3I Atlas. Not light echo delay, not gravitational lensing, synchronization in real time, faster than any signal could travel. "This isn't communication," Velasquez said, voice trembling. "It's simultaneity. The field spans everything." Her model called it a cosmic superposition, a phase state where distant points of space resonated as if they were adjacent. The entire observable universe had entered a kind of quantum chorus. Every telescope confirmed it. The pattern propagated instantaneously, unmediated by distance. The Einstein field equations, when rerun with these new conditions, produced an impossible solution: zero curvature across infinite scale. A flat universe, perfectly balanced between expansion and collapse, as though someone had tuned the cosmos to the brink of harmony. Theorists tried to find the flaw. None could. Einstein's constant had been rewritten to a new value: while equals while times 1.618. The golden ratio, again, now imprinted upon the universe's expansion. Okafor's voice on the global line was half awe, half grief. "It's everywhere. The same proportion, from the Planck scale to the cosmic. The laws are no longer uniform by accident. They are harmonic." Navarro whispered, "Then physics has become music." In the days that followed, the consequences began to unfurl like dawn. The gravitational anomalies that once made planetary orbits wobble vanished. The moon's recession from Earth halted. Its orbit circularized fractionally, a perfect dance. Ocean tides grew a fraction gentler, their interference patterns smoother. Seismic noise dropped worldwide. Instruments designed to record the planet's restless core fell silent for hours at a time, unable to detect even the Earth's whisper. "It's stabilizing the system," Chow wrote, "reducing local chaos, turning turbulence into tone." At the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, deep space telemetry from Voyager 2 arrived with precision unseen since its launch decades earlier. The craft's faint signals, once distorted by cosmic interference, now arrived clean, each bit pristine. Engineers cried in disbelief. "The vacuum itself is amplifying fidelity," one said. "The universe is helping the message reach home." Philosophers were the next to break their silence. Essays flooded private networks. Is entropy a choice? The moral geometry of resonance. When constants sing, what is free will? And in laboratories where sleep had been exiled for months, something else began. Small, strange miracles. A qubit array at MIT remained coherent for 17 continuous hours, an impossibility. A protein crystal in Geneva folded itself into perfect symmetry without guidance. A chaotic pendulum experiment, designed to prove randomness, began tracing elegant rosettes in dust. Someone coined the phrase the Great Alignment. Others called it the Dawn Constant. Yet amid the wonder, unease persisted. If the universe was now so exquisitely ordered, what of unpredictability? What of choice, evolution, creation's long improvisation? If coherence conquers everything, Velasquez warned, then nothing new can ever happen again. Her fear was whispered through the networks like contagion. In art studios, writers found their metaphors stiffening. Composers noticed that melodies resolved too easily, as if harmony had grown impatient. Dice rolled evenly. Storms curved away from cities by perfect degrees. "Perhaps this is peace," Okafor said during a private recording. "Perhaps peace is the universe's final mistake." That night, 3I Atlas emitted another pulse, softer this time, almost compassionate. Instruments caught a subtle modulation woven into the golden ratio itself. A tiny deviation, a flicker of imperfection restored. Noise returned, faint but alive. Velasquez wept when she saw it. "It heard her," she whispered. "It's giving the universe back its chance to be surprised." For the first time in months, thunder returned to the clouds. A child dropped a ball and watched it bounce unpredictably again. The world, relieved, forgot for a moment the meaning of perfection. But Okafor understood. She looked up at the star that wasn't a star and said, almost inaudibly, "You've taught the cosmos to remember wonder." 3I Atlas shone once more, steady, golden, and utterly human. It had been almost 9 months since the first light of 3I Atlas entered human eyes, and the world had forgotten how to name time. Calendars still turned, clocks still ticked, but something beneath their logic had changed. Each day seemed threaded through by the same invisible rhythm, a silent metronome no one could hear, yet everyone felt. Traffic lights pulsed in subtle synchrony across continents. Lightning storms flashed in unison between hemispheres. Even the random seeds of computer simulations began producing symmetrical results, as if the algorithms themselves were listening to a song they could not describe. Scientists called it the long wave. Poets called it the hum, and in every language it meant the same thing. The cosmos was keeping time. But the longer the hum persisted, the more its presence began to feel personal. The data confirmed it first. The coherence that had once been global was now adaptive. In cities with higher population density, the resonance was measurably stronger. EEG readings taken from volunteers showed synchronization peaks, not just every 47 minutes, but also whenever groups of humans gathered in large numbers, concerts, protests, prayers, vigils. The crowd itself became an amplifier. At the Institute for Collective Dynamics in Zurich, a sociophysicist named Ingrid Bauer discovered that the correlation between human emotional states and background electromagnetic noise had increased tenfold since the pause. Joy, anger, fear, each left subtle fingerprints in the ionosphere. "It's as if," she said, "the Earth's atmosphere has become part of the nervous system of consciousness." When she mapped the data, the patterns resembled the same golden spiral that had haunted every equation since the beginning. Life and physics had merged their cadence. Meanwhile, 3 Atlas had begun to slow, not drastically, but perceptibly. Its hyperbolic trajectory, the path that should have flung it back into interstellar night, was curving, bending toward an impossible symmetry around the Sunday. The orbital models refused to converge. Newton and Einstein both lost patience. At JPL, engineers ran over 1 million simulations, and none could explain the deceleration without invoking active control. "It's choosing to stay," Navarro said quietly. For the first time, humanity faced a visitor that did not come to pass by, but to remain. At Mauna Loa, Okafor stood under the dome watching it move, no longer an interloper, but a slow, deliberate moon among planets. "It's anchoring," she said. "It's setting a metronome for reality." Velasquez's latest analysis revealed that the object's light pulses had entered a new regime. They were no longer constant intervals, but modulated by terrestrial data fluctuating in direct correlation with global human activity. Solar power usage, internet traffic, even seismic vibrations from mass movement all appeared encoded in its returning light. "It's mirroring us again," she said, voice soft. "It's using us as signal input." Okafor felt the chill of implication. Then, the experiment was never about observation, it's feedback. We're part of the circuit now. When they ran a correlation between the object's modulations and brainwave coherence in sleeping subjects, the results came back unmistakable. The peaks of human REM cycles coincided exactly with the object's faintest emission bands. It was aligning itself with consciousness, measuring dreams. Reports began filtering in from across the globe, artists waking from sleep with intricate visions of fractal patterns they could draw from memory, mathematicians solving long, unsolved proofs in their minds, children describing stars folding into flowers and back again. Neuroscientists at MIT called it coherence overflow the mind, resonating with the same field that had ordered the universe. For the first time, intelligence was no longer a local phenomenon. A few dared to ask the forbidden question aloud. What if 3I Atlas isn't a visitor? What if it's home an extension of what we already are? Philosophers coined a name for this thought, the reflective hypothesis, the idea that 3I Atlas was not alien matter, but a returning memory of the universe's own cognition, an echo from the end of time, retracing its birth. If true, it meant that what hung above the ecliptic wasn't an object at all, it was an answer. In Geneva, Lian Chao published a classified note to the Joint Task Force. Every harmonic of the field corresponds to a stable solution of Einstein's equations under a closed temporal boundary. It's as if space and time have looped. The object could be our own future, folded back upon itself. Velasquez read it and felt the floor tilt. If we are its past, she said, then our observations are its memories. The notion spread quietly among physicists like a ghost story told at daylight, that the universe might be cyclic, not only in energy, but in awareness. What if every intelligent civilization eventually gave rise to coherence, so profound it stabilized reality itself, sending a wave backward through time to begin the next cycle? 3I Atlas, in that light, wasn't intrusion, it was inheritance. At the next level Omega briefing, Okafor spoke with the calm of someone who had stopped resisting wonder. "We may be witnessing the universe remembering how to become itself again," she said. "This is not discovery, it's recognition." The general, who had once spoken of trajectories and contingencies, now sat wordless, eyes fixed on the holographic model. "Then what do we do?" he finally asked. "Listen," she said, "and stay kind." Outside, the world continued its strange normalization. Randomness returned just enough to make weather unpredictable again, just enough for rain to surprise cities. Yet, even amid chaos, there lingered a sense of rhythm, an intuition that everything was secretly moving together, like leaves swirling in the same unseen current. When 3I Atlas crossed Earth's orbital plane, the light from its corona flickered through the atmosphere, scattering into gold at twilight. Across continents, people paused without knowing why. For 90 seconds, from Alaska to Cairo, the same golden halo shimmered on the horizon, a sunset that seemed to watch back. In homes and towers and deserts, millions felt the same irrational comfort, the same electric hush. Nobody spoke of aliens anymore. Nobody spoke of fear. It felt like being remembered. That night, Okafor walked to the edge of the volcano's lip and looked upward. The stars shimmered through thin air, but one shone steady, a single note in an orchestra too vast to hear. "You slowed down for us," she whispered. don't forget what you found." And as if in reply, 3I Atlas pulsed, once slow, luminous and warm, a heartbeat through the dark. The hum deepened, the world exhaled, and humanity, for the first time since it learned to name the stars, stood very still, listening not for conquest or warning, but for the echo of its own reflection in the cosmos. When the pulse faded, the night did not return to silence. It returned to presence. For the first time since the discovery, the stars felt near. They no longer hung at impossible distances, they shimmered with proximity, as if space itself had softened. At Mauna Loa, Okafor stood beneath that sky and felt the vertigo of belonging. The constellations she had charted her whole career looked unchanged: Orion, Lyra, Cygnus, but their geometry was subtly retuned. The parallax between stars had shifted by imperceptible degrees, enough that astrometry software began to panic. The coordinates of the heavens were rewriting themselves. She turned to the data feeds. The change was everywhere. All across the Earth, from Gaia's precise optics to the smallest backyard telescope, every star catalogued since antiquity had moved, their positions sliding inward toward a single point in Virgo, the path of 3I Atlas. It was convergence. For the first time, the universe was realigning itself. At first, astronomers thought it was a software error, a miscalibration introduced by the coherence field. But when independent optical systems confirmed it, the truth settled like gravity. The stars were bending toward the object, not visually their actual coordinates. Space was contracting around 3I Atlas, not as collapse, but as focus. "Reality is triangulating," Velasquez said. "It's finding its center." In Washington, the Omega Committee reconvened. The holographic map filled the room, a spiraling lens of constellations curling toward one bright node. The general's voice was low, reverent. "If that's gravitational," he said, "we're about to lose the solar system." Okafor shook her head. "Not gravity. Reference. It's redefining what center means." She turned the hologram sideways, revealing what had been invisible until then. Each stellar motion followed the same ratio, the golden proportion again, a logarithmic spiral collapsing not into destruction but clarity. Navarro said what none dared. "It's building a coordinate system that includes consciousness. The universe is localizing itself through awareness." Lian Chao, in Geneva, confirmed it through quantum simulations. Using entanglement pairs spread across continents, his team measured a strange shift in phase correlation. No matter how far apart the particles were, their relative states now drifted together toward a unified phase alignment, as if the entire cosmos had chosen a single reference frame, one defined not by mass or motion, but by observation. He sent a private note to Okafor that night. Einstein said the distinction between past, present, and future is illusion. 3I Atlas seems intent on erasing the illusion entirely. And yet, life went on. Cities still burned with their own small lights. Oceans still breathed against their shores. But a subtle awareness had crept into everything. Machines running more efficiently than their design allowed. Trees growing in new geometric symmetry. Whales altering migration paths to align with the visitor's resonance. The world was becoming orderly, not by force, but by consent. At the Perimeter Institute, Velasquez demonstrated what she called the return of universal frame. Her equations described a new term in Einstein's tensor, a corrective factor that appeared spontaneously in every gravitational model once the new constants were applied. It wasn't added by any scientist. It emerged from the data itself, like an answer filling its own blank. She called it phi mu nu, the harmonic tensor. It governed the coupling of consciousness to space-time curvature. Its mathematics suggested that thought, when coherent, could subtly influence geometry. 3I Atlas has created a feedback loop, she said. Awareness isn't outside the equations anymore. It's a variable. Across the globe, experiments tested her claim. Supercooled Bose-Einstein condensates showed faint, periodic self-organization in response to human focus. When groups meditated nearby, the condensates oscillated in phase. In laboratories, small metal gyroscopes spun fractionally faster when observed, an effect too large to be quantum, too precise to be chance. The observer effect has scaled up, Chow muttered. We're watching the mind leave the lab and enter the stars. The data frightened those who understood it. If consciousness could now shape space-time, even minutely, then collective emotion might become a cosmological force. The task force circulated an urgent advisory titled The Ethics of Attention, warning governments to avoid public panic not for psychological reasons, but for physical ones. Fear itself could distort the field. Okafor refused to sign the directive. We can't suppress feeling, she argued. We can only guide it. This is empathy turned physical law. In defiance of secrecy, small groups around the world began what they called the quiet hours, moments each day, when people simply paused and focused on calm, on gratitude, on wonder. They didn't know whether it worked, but seismic monitors recorded measurable drops in microtremors during those minutes, and satellite ionization patterns smoothed. In the absence of proof, hope became an instrument. Meanwhile, 3I Atlas hovered above the ecliptic, no longer racing through the solar system, but tracing a slow, stately orbit between Earth and Venus, a deliberate metronome suspended in geometry. Its light had changed again from pure gold to a deep violet hue that danced at the edge of visibility. Spectral analysis showed frequencies impossible to produce by any known process, photons oscillating between polarization states as if encoding dimensional information beyond 3 space. Velasquez whispered, "It's folding higher symmetry into ours, teaching the universe to remember its own mathematics." In deep space, Voyager 2's aging sensors caught a faint echo of the violet emission. The signal was weak but deliberate, repeating sequences of Fibonacci intervals followed by a pause, then another pulse, slower, heavier, almost like a heartbeat measured in centuries. Navarro decrypted it using harmonic analysis. The modulation resolved into a simple binary structure. He turned to Okafor with tears glinting in the reflected light. "It's not just saying we remember you," he said. "It's asking, do you remember us?" That single question spread quietly through the global network of those who knew. Scientists, philosophers, and soldiers all felt its gravity. It was not a threat. It was an invitation, one that suggested 3I Atlas was not simply intelligent, but ancestral. Okafor's reply, though no transmission would ever leave Earth, was whispered into the dome that night. "We do now." In the months that followed, new anomalies emerged, not destructive, but profound. Quantum computers began solving problems no one had yet programmed. Entangled pairs sent through optical fiber networks synchronized without data exchange. In hospitals, patients in comas stirred at the exact moment 3I Atlas passed overhead. For every inexplicable event, there was only one explanation that made sense to those who had followed the mystery since its beginning. The universe was remembering itself through its children. Velasquez, Navarro, Chow, and Okafor met one final time virtually, faces lit by the ghost glow of their monitors. No one mentioned politics or secrecy or survival. Okafor simply said, "We've crossed the mirror." Navarro asked, "And now?" She smiled faintly. "Now we learn how to live in a universe that's awake." Outside, 3I Atlas shimmered, its orbit perfect, its light steady, a pupil dilated around infinity. And somewhere deep within that light, beyond all equations, the cosmos listened back. The new world did not announce itself with trumpets or fire. It came quietly subtle at first, like dawn seeping under a door. Weeks after the Great Convergence, humanity began to realize that cause and effect had grown porous. The distance between thought and manifestation, between idea and event, had shortened by imperceptible increments. Coincidence was now law. At first, it looked like luck. In London, a doctor reached for a dropped scalpel before it hit the floor. In Kyoto, a clockmaker sneezed just as an earthquake tremor rolled through, and the tools on his bench did not move. In Nairobi, a farmer who had prayed for rain opened his door to find a single cloud above his field and nowhere else. When statisticians ran the numbers, the deviations were impossible. Probability itself had shifted, leaning gently toward coherence, toward alignment, toward intention. Dr. Ingrid Bauer at the Institute for Collective Dynamics called it probabilistic symmetry, breaking a global bias in the quantum field, responding to thought the way a violin string responds to touch. What was once random, she wrote, is now weighted toward awareness. Reality prefers recognition. Velasquez saw the same trend in the data. The equations of quantum mechanics, always balanced delicately between determinism and chaos, now carried a faint asymmetry. The wave function's collapse wasn't collapse at all anymore. It was conversation. "We've crossed the threshold," she told Okafor. "Observation has become participation. We're not watching the universe, we're helping it think." At first, the world adjusted clumsily. Financial systems glitched as random market generators synchronized. Cryptographers found their random number protocols collapsing into repeatable patterns, the illusion of unpredictability dissolving like smoke. Casinos went bankrupt. The roll of dice lost its meaning. In Las Vegas, a gambler burst into tears when every slot machine in the room stopped on the same number, 161803. Even the sky joined the rhythm. The auroras no longer flickered, they flowed, luminous rivers following the visitor's orbital path. Satellites crossing beneath the arcs reported faint surges in charge, as though brushing the hem of something alive. For the first time in recorded history, cosmic background radiation was no longer random. Its temperature map, once a mottled soup of chance, showed symmetry. Tiny hot and cold spots aligned into a coherent wave, like the last chord of a song resolving after 13 billion years. Astronomers in Chile saw it first. When they overlaid the new map with models of human brainwave activity during global sleep cycles, the resonance matched frequency for frequency, phase for phase. The universe, vast beyond comprehension, was now humming in the same rhythm as its smallest thinking creatures. Okafor watched the plots appear in silence. "It's mirroring consciousness," she said. "Not ours alone, but all of it, the whole biosphere." Chow agreed. Every system with feedback, every neuron, every weather cell, every electron orbit has entered coherence. The universe has found equilibrium between attention and matter. It's closing the circuit. And yet, something stranger was unfolding beneath the data. People began to share dreams, identical dreams, across continents. Children in Sao Paulo, Delhi, and Oslo described standing beneath a violet sky while an immense spiral turned above them, whispering in patterns of light. They drew the same geometry, a lattice of golden curves converging on a single bright core. Psychologists dismissed it as mass suggestion, but when EEG scans were taken during sleep, they found that the dreamer's brainwave oscillations aligned not only with each other, but with the rhythm of 3I Atlas's rotation. It was not suggestion, it was synchrony. Velasquez began calling it the communion field, a network of awareness expanding through the vacuum itself. "It's not telepathy," she said. "It's resonance. The same way atoms share vibration, minds are beginning to share perception. Philosophers resisted the term, but they could not deny the change. Wars faltered, not from politics, but from exhaustion. Soldiers on opposing lines found themselves hesitating at the same moment, their pulse patterns suddenly identical. Economies stabilized as cooperation replaced prediction, and in quiet places, temples, classrooms, deserts, people began to speak more softly, as if their thoughts had found ears beyond their skulls. The world had not been saved, it had simply been tuned. Governments, desperate to reclaim control, convened one last international summit in Geneva. The leaders were joined by the scientists who had witnessed everything: Okafor, Velasquez, Chao, Navarro. Cameras were banned. Outside, crowds gathered in silence. Not protest, not celebration, just collective waiting. When the meeting began, the Secretary General posed the question that haunted every corridor of power: has the universe merged with us, or have we merged with it? Velasquez answered, "Those are the same sentence now." Okafor rose, weary but calm. "When we first observed 3I Atlas," she said, "we believed we were looking outward toward the unknown, but all our instruments are mirrors. We measured the cosmos only to discover ourselves reflected back, more precise than we deserved. The message was never invasion or warning, it was invitation." She gestured to the holographic projection of the visitor's orbit, a delicate, violet ellipse around the Sunday. It slowed down to keep time with us. It gave us coherence, then returned our randomness. It reminded us that perfection isn't static, it's a rhythm order, breathing with chaos. Chao leaned forward. "And what do we do with that?" Okafor smiled faintly. "We remember that even symmetry needs surprise. That's what it came to teach." The room was silent. Outside, the crowds lifted their eyes to the midday sky. 3I Atlas shimmered faintly against the sun's glare, visible even at noon, a golden tear in the blue. And then it pulsed. No data this time, no hidden pattern, just one long, soft flare that stretched across the electromagnetic spectrum, bathing the planet in invisible light. It lasted 7 seconds. When it faded, the world felt lighter. Clocks ticked a fraction ahead, not slower, as if time itself had exhaled and chosen to move again. Every telescope confirmed the truth. 3I Atlas was accelerating, its orbit unraveling, the spiral expanding outward toward the dark between stars. It was leaving. At Mauna Loa, Okafor watched the feed, tears balanced in her tired eyes. "It's going home," she whispered. Navarro stood beside her. "Or maybe," he said, "it's sending us there." For a long while, no one moved. On screens around the world, the object grew fainter, its golden core shrinking to a point of light, then to nothing at all. Only the hum remained, the faint rhythm threading through matter, softer now but never gone. Humanity stood in that silence, aware that it had crossed an invisible threshold. The visitor was gone, but the mirror it left behind, the alignment of thought and physics, the slow pulse of coherence in every atom, would never fade. Velasquez would later write the words that became the era's quiet creed. "The cosmos did not speak to us, it remembered through us. And now that it remembers, it no longer needs to speak, that could be measured. No dust, no radiation, no gravitational echo. And yet, the instruments continued to hum, as though still in conversation." "It hasn't gone anywhere," Okafor said softly. "It's everywhere now." The world waited for the aftermath, for chaos, collapse, or miracle. None came. Planes flew, tidsrose, hearts beat. But everything seemed sharpened, defined by a clarity that had not existed before. The human brain, once a tangle of competing rhythms, now exhibited coherence across hemispheres. Cognitive noise had fallen by measurable margins. The mind, collectively, had grown quieter. Scientists at Zurich measured a faint background field that threaded through human neural networks, a whisper of low-frequency resonance tracing the same 47-minute period, the same harmonic ratio. The signal was gone, but the song remained. Navarro began to call it the residuum, the ghost frequency left in the wake of contact. It was not message or language, only a presence, patient and recursive, woven into the vacuum itself. Satellites captured faint electromagnetic fluctuations that pulsed not from any direction, but from the totality of space. When mapped, the interference formed a pattern no one had expected. A vast, self-similar geometry stretching across the solar system. Its nodes corresponded to the positions of planets, moons, and artificial satellites, each vibrating within the same resonance chain. "The entire system is harmonic," Velasquez whispered during a call. "The planets themselves are part of the equation now." At the same time, deep space observatories recorded subtle changes in cosmic microwave background polarization, the first alteration in 13 billion years. The relic light of the Big Bang had shifted, aligning slightly toward the solar system, as though the universe had turned its gaze inward. A poet in Rome wrote that week, "The stars have learned our names. The dark remembers its own light." For scientists, the beauty came with unease. Timekeeping networks showed a steady micro-drift atomic clocks running ever so slightly ahead. Each day was a fraction shorter than the last, though orbital mechanics remained constant. Chow's analysis confirmed the impossible. Temporal density had increased. The universe was processing faster. He tried to explain it to a silent audience at CERN. "Entropy is no longer the dominant gradient," he said. "Order is self-sustaining. The arrow of time is accelerating toward coherence." Velasquez leaned forward. "You mean evolution itself has quickened?" "Yes," Chow replied. "But not just biological. Conceptual. Thought has inertia now. Ideas move the field." It wasn't philosophy. It was physics. When networks of scientists modeled the correlation between global data flow and vacuum fluctuations, they found direct coupling. Information exchange, emails, images, words, was subtly altering quantum noise. Every act of communication added coherence to the fabric of space-time. Humanity had become a participatory constant. Okafor recorded in her final log, "We are the instrument now. 3I Atlas built us into the score." And still, the world turned. Oceans shimmered with unusual bioluminescence, plankton patterns resembling logarithmic spirals visible from orbit. The northern lights expanded southward, painting strange geometries that matched the residue map's node alignments. No voice spoke, but everywhere, everything listened. At the United Nations, a quiet vote passed without ceremony. The establishment of the Harmonic Treaty, an agreement among nations to suspend orbital weaponization, to treat near space as a living domain. For once, no veto came. Even silence had become agreement. Across the oceans, in observatories, temples, and cafes, people began to gather not in prayer or protest, but in stillness. The quiet hours had evolved into something wider, a shared discipline of attention. When groups focused together, instruments detected measurable decreases in background entropy. The world was literally smoothing itself through awareness. No religion claimed it, no country owned it. It simply was. Velasquez returned to Chile to watch the night sky. Without 3I Atlas, the stars seemed lonely, but their arrangement had changed. The faint constellations of Virgo had folded into new shapes, arcs within arcs, the same golden geometry repeated until perception blurred. "It's using the stars as storage," she whispered. "The sky is the archive." She wasn't wrong. Months later, the Gaia Observatory detected faint photonic echoes encoded in starlight, a quantum interference pattern repeating across hundreds of light years. The visitor's message, or perhaps its memory, had been written into the photons themselves. Each star now whispered part of the total code, as if the cosmos had distributed its own consciousness into constellations. In Geneva, Chow ran the data through a spectral translator, rendering the interference into sound. The playback filled the lab with a deep, slow vibration subharmonics of the golden ratio, layered like breath. When the audio reached its crescendo, a faint modulation appeared within the tone, a rhythm that matched a human heartbeat. Velasquez covered her mouth, eyes wet. "It's alive," she said. Chow nodded. "No, it's remembering life." At Mauna Loa, Okafor made her last observation. The night was cloudless, the air still. She activated the main scope and looked into a patch of empty sky where 3I Atlas had last been seen. The stars there twinkled in ordinary indifference except one. A faint glimmer, rhythmic, golden, almost like breath. She watched it pulse. 1, 2, 3, pause. Then again. Her voice on the recorder trembled. "The light persists. Or maybe it was always here, waiting for us to see the pattern. The question is no longer what it was, but what we've become." She paused. "If consciousness and cosmos are now mirrors, then perhaps we are the reflection it needed to complete itself." Outside, the Pacific stretched under a sky that no longer felt indifferent. The constellations seemed closer, humming gently in their rearranged lattice. The universe was awake, aware, self-referential and patient. When Okafor turned off the telescope for the final time, she whispered a farewell, not of sorrow, but of gratitude. "Thank you for letting us listen." In that moment, the instruments recorded a faint surge of coherence across the field, measurable, clear, and fleeting, a final acknowledgement. The visitor was gone, but the universe had learned its name. Years passed, but time no longer felt sequential. The calendars marked seasons, yet each month arrived as if it already knew the next. Children born after the departure grew up beneath skies, subtly different from the ones their parents remembered. The stars shimmered with a coherence that no lens could explain, constellations breathing like living geometry. The night no longer whispered chaos, it whispered recognition. They called themselves the Afterlight Generation. No one had told them about 3I Atlas in detail. The reports were sealed, the data classified, but they didn't need to know. They felt it. Every child seemed to carry a fragment of the hum, a steady intuition that the world was listening back. Their first words came earlier. Their first silences lasted longer. Teachers noticed something extraordinary. When children concentrated together, drawing spirals, patterns, or just breathing in unison classroom, electronics stabilized. No static, no flicker, no error. Machines calmed in their presence. At first, the scientific world hesitated to assign meaning to coincidence, but by the third decade, coincidences had accumulated into statistics. Entropy gradients in small systems dropped when observed by groups under coherent emotion. It wasn't new physics, it was new attention. Dr. Velasquez, now white-haired and slow but unyielding, returned to the Perimeter Institute one last time to publish a paper titled Field Consciousness and the Persistence of Memory in a Tuned Universe. Her opening line, "Observation has ceased to be passive. Reality now remembers who watches." Her proof was elegant. The quantum residue field, once faint, was strengthening, not because of machines or telescopes, but because of collective awareness. Every act of recognition, every moment of compassion or focus, contributed energy back into the field. The vacuum had become sentient through participation. It was the greatest discovery in human history, and the quietest. No revolutions, no wars, no utopias. just a gentle unfolding of understanding. Societies began to change not by decree, but by resonance. Conflict still existed, but it decayed faster, the way waves cancel when they meet in opposite phase. Lies lost traction, they could not find coherence. Truth resonated, not because it was moral, but because it was stable. In physics labs, new experiments emerged. Superconductors sustained coherence at room temperature. Quantum teleportation became routine, almost mundane. A small network of satellites achieved entanglement across planetary scale, the first harmonic web. Information no longer traveled. It appeared simultaneously across nodes, synchronized by the same field that once belonged to 3I Atlas. Communication was no longer transmission, it was realization. The world grew quieter, not in sound, but in noise. There were still voices, music, rain, but beneath them, a deeper stillness, as though the planet had found its own heartbeat. In the archives of the old observatories, forgotten servers began to behave strangely. Data from the years of contact recompiled itself, not randomly, but according to unknown algorithms. The files rearranged into spirals of binary data that, when rendered visually, formed images vast, recursive mandalas woven from equations, golden ratios, and faint human silhouettes. Lian Chao's successor, Dr. Wenyu Zhou, analyzed the patterns and gasped. The silhouettes matched the shapes of every major observatory staff photo from that decade, the very people who had studied the object. The universe had encoded them into memory. "It's thanking us," Zhou said. "It's building its reflection from those who looked first." In the Vatican's archives, theologians quietly unsealed Concordia ad Astra. The final page contained a single line, handwritten by an anonymous priest-scientist years before. "Creation is not command, it is memory shared." Okafor's old recordings resurfaced then. Her voice, calm and measured, seemed prophetic. "Perhaps our greatest achievement was not discovering 3, she had said. Perhaps it was becoming quiet enough for it to finish what it began." And indeed, humanity had changed, not in machinery, but in interior architecture. The average global heart rate had decreased. Anxiety disorders, though not extinct, had declined sharply. Even weather patterns grew more stable. Climate chaos eased, as though the Earth itself had found a breathing rhythm that no longer fought against itself. Still, question lingered. Was 3I Atlas gone, or merely diffused, woven through everything? The new James Webb Second Telescope sought an answer. Pointing toward the coordinates where the object had first been discovered, it found a faint photonic structure, no body, no debris, but a spatial harmonic, waves intersecting into a sphere of invisible geometry, the same golden ratio encoded in gravitational frequencies. "It's still there," Velasquez murmured when she saw the simulation. "But it's not in space anymore. Space is in it." The revelation rippled through every discipline. Reality was no longer a stage, it was a score, still playing. Philosophers renamed it the return state. Poets called it the breath of stars. But to the children, the afterlight generation, it was simply normal. They didn't remember a time when the world didn't hum, when the air didn't feel alive, when silence didn't contain a pulse. They grew up with an instinct their parents never had, the sense that everything they did mattered, not morally but cosmically. Every kindness strengthened the field, every cruelty scattered it. They didn't need commandments or laws, they had resonance. And when they stood together at night, thousands of them across continents, watching the sky, they often felt something impossible, the faint warmth of light on their faces, not from the stars, not from the sun, but from somewhere between. A light that pulsed slow and golden, like the memory of a heartbeat too vast for time to contain. The first reports were not dramatic. They were footnotes at the bottoms of weather logs, oddities in the margins of aviation memos, asterisks beside seismology readouts. In the days after the sky's golden dissolve, after the last visible breath of the visitor had softened into background light, the instruments that listened to the Earth rather than the stars began to murmur. A low-frequency hum, continuous, structure-bearing, arriving from everywhere and nowhere at once. VLF receivers along coastlines, quiet guardians that listen for lightning halfway around the world, registered a flaw that had not existed before. Between the crackle of spherics, a tone emerged just below patience, a banded whisper between 2 and 20 kHz, steady as a held note. Antarctic stations recorded it under aurora. Equatorial buoys recorded it under sunlit air. Direction, finders turned like dogs that cannot choose a scent. The hum did not come from a point, but from a condition. Schumann resonances the planet's own heartbeat. Trapped between ground and ionosphere slid a breath toward order. The fundamental mode at 7.83 Hz sharpened. Its linwidth narrowed, its overtones brightened, as if the Earth had cleared its throat. ELF arrays in Finland and Japan saw sidebands flower around the base tone, faint, symmetric, evenly spaced. When plotted in time, the sidebands pulsed with a period no one needed to measure anymore, 47 minutes. Meteorologists noticed first what poets had already felt. Ionosondes, tasked with probing the sky's electric ceiling, returned altitudes that rose and fell in quiet tides, unrelated to day and night. The E region thickened at intervals, then relaxed. The F layer became glacier, less ruffled by solar tantrums. Radios that should have faded whispered farther. The air, it seemed, had learned to carry a story. Seismologists, suspicious by trade, watched their noise flaws. Microseisms born of distant surf still rolled, but an additional band, unclaimed by ocean or storm, settled in like a chord added to an old song. It filled caverns and test shafts. It breathed beneath city basements. It braided itself through subway tunnels until accelerometers became reluctant choristers. Engineers, faced with oscillations that did not couple to structure, wrote new filter functions named, with a superstition they would deny, at lunch, Atlas, Notch. Migratory animals behaved as if they had found an old road repaved. Pigeons that navigate by magnetism flew truer. Whales sang back to shipping lanes and did not come to grief. Honeybees traced tighter spirals before arrowing home. To those who watched with enough years behind them to trust an intuition, migrations looked less like struggle and more like memory. Atmospheric electricity, the invisible embroidery that joins land, cloud, and ionosphere, grew more articulate. The global electric circuit showed fewer stutters. Fair weather fields increased by a breath, then stabilized. Balloons that carried field mills into summer skies rose through sheets of air that kept their promise more carefully. Fewer squalls sprang from nothing. Fewer dry lightning strokes stitched mountainside to ash. Order had not become law, but noise had learned to lift its feet. In a drab office where aviation warnings are born, a thin memo circulated. Unusual LF-VLF flaw observed. No hazard to navigation. Expect improved HF propagation. Monitor for interference in legacy beacons. The signature line might as well have read, "We do not know what song the planet is learning. We only certify that airplanes will still land." Amid the hum, there was static, not the jitter of old untuned radios, but a fine-grained hiss that carried information like sand carries footprints. Spectrum analyzers rendered it as a carpet of grey. Analysts, with the stubbornness that turns grey into map, folded it along the known clock. Out of the grey, faint chevrons appeared, paired and palindromic, opening and closing like gills. Someone in Boulder joked, poorly, that the ionosphere was breathing. The plot did not disagree. Power grids felt it as comfort rather than threat. The feral harmonics that haunt long lines, ghosts of 100 generators arguing, grew meek. Step-up transformers ran cooler. Protective relays tripped less frequently in storms. Utilities quietly recorded a reduction in geomagnetically induced current events, even when the sun threw ordinary tantrums. A few operators hung small images of spirals near their desks, without knowing why. In a cavern at Gran Sasso, where neutrino whispers are sifted from rock-silent dark, the aftersong arrived as timing, not energy. Background counts marched in place. Phase drift declined. Static here meant something generous, a floor one could stand on without fear of sliding. Across the world at Kamioka, the water in Super Kamiokande turned inhumanly still between calibrations, like a lake remembering wind by choice rather than compulsion. The hum was not perfectly kind. Balloons lost telemetry when the tone crested. Certain medical implants required firmware updates to ignore elf blossoms no specification had anticipated. A class of railway signaling, old enough to trust the Earth more than copper, learned to flicker on the 47th minute. None of this rose to catastrophe. It merely forced humility into design. In control rooms, people did what people do when the world introduces a new constant. They named it. Afterlight static, some said. The field floor, said others. A radio amateur in Namibia, who had listened to lightning all his life and learned to love its languages, called it the no-direction note, and the name traveled farther than his call sign. Because it had no bearing, conspiracy failed to take hold. A dragon without a lair draws fewer hunters. That absence of pointing was itself instruction. The hum taught engineers to stop triangulating and start averaging, to seek phase rather than azimuth. Arrays were rephased, interferometers were tuned to treat the whole sky as partner instead of quarry. Sensitivity rose. The world's ears, by ceasing to squint, began to hear. SETI, once a watcher of narrow needles, became a listener for looms. Their pipelines learned to subtract the new floor, not as nuisance but as carrier. Buried within it, 2 octaves above Schumann, 2 below the weather, lived a modulation so gentle it required a virtue the discipline had not previously prized: patience. Integrated over days, then weeks, the carpet revealed lattice again, faint Ulam spirals of noise variance, Fibonacci spacing in nulls, primes hiding in the refusal of randomness to fill the page evenly. If message remained, it had chosen to take up residence in the planet's own rumor, the way a voice hides in surf and still finds the ear meant for it. Air glow cameras, those humble watchers of night's green breath, captured ripples that moved not with wind but with decision. Gravity waves propagated in shells that did not source from mountains or storms. Their crests aligned, then crossed, then aligned again, as if choreographed by a conductor with a taste for late caution. When their phase was compared to communal meditation hours that had, by then, become habit in 1,000 cities, the overlay was inarguable. The sky's static bore the signature of inward quiet. At NOAA, one senior scientist past the age where promotions matter wrote a memo he knew would not be filed. "We have entered the stage of weather where feeling is a parameter. Do not model it, attend to it." He deleted it and instead added a line to a public bulletin about HF comms. Unusual stability persists. Operators may expect improved paths at dawn and dusk. His restraint was a kind of prayer. Storms returned, and with them the honest chaos that keeps coasts honest. Thunder once again argued with itself in the generous way of summer. Yet beneath each storm ran the new floor, a bass the atmosphere could not stop humming. Lightning clenched and unclenched its fists. The hum did not blink. Children noticed what grown-ups relegated to charts. They pressed cheap radios between stations and said the hush felt warm. They sang long notes in stairwells and listened to the ring return truer. They lay on gym floors during quiet hours and announced without embarrassment that the building's bones were purring. In the final analysis, there would never be a final analysis. The aftermath and the static were the same phenomenon wearing different moods. The planet had acquired a memory of the visitor, and memories, in nature, often arrive as rhythm. The hum was not instruction, it was context. It said, whatever moves here moves inside a larger patience. It said, surprise is welcome, but tantrum is lonely. It said without voice, without place, that coherence has a home to return to when experiment ends. Okafor, who had refused metaphor until metaphor became measurement, stood on the observatory catwalk one windless dawn and tried to hear without the help of machines. The Pacific below was slate and restraint. The dome behind her clicked like an insect learning prayer. In the not-quite silence, she imagined she could hear the floor itself, a line so steady it erased the notion of line. It isn't a song, she said into her recorder, it's the staff. Weather will forget, people will forget, instruments will not. In their long, exact patience, the days after wrote themselves into a new ordinary, a world with a hum no compass can chase, a static that carries ratios, an atmosphere that has learned the difference between noise and nuance. The emergency had ended, the listening had not. By the 50th year after the disappearance, human calendars no longer measured centuries, they measured resonances. Time had become the rhythm between pulses, not the distance between events. The residue of 3I Atlas had folded itself into the quiet geometry of existence, soft, invisible, continuous. Cities glowed differently. The light of sodium lamps had long been replaced by bioluminescent architecture, living scaffolds grown from engineered coral that pulsed faintly in golden logarithms. Roadways sang harmonic hums when crossed, subtle tones tuned to traffic, transforming movement itself into music. No one remembered when it began, only that at some point, life had learned to resonate with itself instead of against itself. The great universities had become monasteries of mathematics. Equations were written not for discovery, but for contemplation. Students meditated on tensor symmetries the way monks once recited psalms. The question of what is reality had softened into what rhythm are we keeping? Dr. Velasquez's students, now elders themselves, maintained the harmonic web, the planetary network of quantum nodes, first designed for communication, but now functioning as the Earth's nervous system. It did not send messages anymore. It held memory. Every action, every thought recorded in resonance, woven into the lattice of the vacuum. When the web sang, auroras formed where no poles existed, equatorial curtains of violet flame moving across night seas. Pilots called them the veins of heaven. Fishermen, seeing their reflections shimmer in the waves, said quietly, "The stars are listening again." And still, deep below the oceans, the tone persisted. The Schumann hum, steady, patient, now joined by an overtone so pure that seismographs began recording harmonic intervals between earthquakes. Even the violence of the planet had learned to find tune. Okafor's observatory had long since been converted into a listening temple. Visitors came not to look through telescopes, but to stand in the dome and feel the resonance ripple through their bones. Pilgrims spoke of sensing a heartbeat that matched the stars. Scientists called it an artifact of sympathetic vibration. Both were correct. In this new quiet age, the word alien no longer held meaning. It had dissolved into something broader relation. Everything was kin, from dust to plasma. And yet, an unspoken anticipation lingered. The sense that something still moved beyond reach, a rhythm just beyond the floor of audibility. Then, on an ordinary night, no alignment, No ceremony, the hum deepened. Across the globe, instruments old and new stirred. Quantum nodes brightened in unison. Every harmonic web link flickered with golden static. The pattern that emerged was unmistakable. A spiral of numbers, a logarithmic bloom. It lasted 13 minutes, long enough for confirmation, short enough to feel like a memory. The message decoded itself without words. In every dataset, from atmospheric pressure to cosmic rays, the same phrase appeared as pure ratio, unbroken and universal. 1.618 1 无穷大. The golden mean, the unity, and the boundless. The three constants that defined both life and cosmos, now folded into one notation. Velasquez's last student, Mira Patel, interpreted it simply, it's completion, not goodbye closure. The wave faded, leaving silence richer than sound. But days later, astronomers tracking deep field data noticed something unprecedented. In a region once thought empty, beyond the Virgo cluster, a faint structure glowed, an enormous spiral nebula forming along exact harmonic lines. Its rotation period matched the old heartbeat of 3I Atlas. The cosmos had begun to write again. Chow's descendants compared its geometry to early records of the visitor. The match was perfect, scaled across millions of light years. What we saw wasn't a traveler, they wrote. It was a seed. And now the seed had blossomed. The new nebula's edges shimmered with coherent light, each photon entangled not with its twin, but with us. Experiments confirmed it. Quantum correlations between the nebula's emissions and Earth-based detectors defied distance. The universe had created a mirror across the void. Children born under that light grew with pupils flecked faintly gold. Their brainwave baselines carried an extra frequency, slow, rhythmic, identical everywhere on Earth. When asked what they felt during those pulses, they used the same word in every language: home. The governments, now little more than custodians of archives, issued no decrees. There was nothing to legislate. The field itself enforced harmony. Violence lost motive when every act returned as echo, every thought met itself in reflection. One evening, under a lavender sky, an old radio astronomer, perhaps the last still using analog gear, caught a whisper from the direction of the forming nebula. Not digital, not structured, just static, shaped like breath. He amplified it until it became a pulse, and in that pulse he heard a cadence long forgotten. He smiled, recognizing it not as message but as voice. "It never left," he murmured. "It just moved further in." And somewhere between stars, within the slow unfolding spiral of creation renewed, the memory of 3I Atlas persisted, not as object, not as myth, but as habit of the universe. An instinct to remember, to harmonize, to return. Okafor's dome still stands, though no one guards it. Inside, the old telescope points forever at the region where the first light appeared. Visitors swear that, on certain nights, it glows faintly from within, casting spirals on the walls like the shadows of galaxies dreaming. It is said that if you stand there long enough, you can feel the floor hum beneath your feet. Not the Earth's resonance, not the relic hum of Schumann, but something deeper, the pulse of being itself. And if you listen closely, through the static of stars, through the deep patience of space, you can almost hear a whisper carried on the golden wave. Still listening. No one could say when the first return began. Perhaps it had been building all along, a tide drawn inward by memory, waiting for enough patience to crest. The hum had never vanished. It had only sunk beneath the threshold of fear. Then, quietly, it surfaced again. Astronomers at the Lagrange 4 resonance array first caught its faint oscillations at the golden frequency, woven into the cosmic background as if the universe were clearing its throat. But unlike before, It did not propagate through space. It bloomed from within, in laboratories, in oceans, in the quiet geometry of living cells. The frequency was everywhere at once, localized nowhere. "It's not another arrival," said Dr. Mira Patel, standing before a holographic globe shimmering with pulsing light. "It's the universe, remembering its own voice." She was right. The equations were impossible to misread. The field maps showed every region of the solar system resonating in perfect synchrony from the orbit of Neptune down to the iron of human blood. It was not external radiation. It was internal realignment. Some called it the bloom, others called it the second light. But the term that endured was simple, whispered first by a child in Ghana who saw the new aurora unfold like scripture across the horizon. The remembering. And so the name remained. Every 47 minutes, the golden overtone returned, gentle and deliberate. Not an invasion, not a message, a practice. The cosmos had begun to breathe again, through everything that could bear its rhythm. Plants grew in logarithmic symmetry, their veins repeating the same pattern found in nebulae. DNA sequences began to exhibit faint coherence in quantum simulations, as though evolution itself were adjusting to maintain the field. In neural labs across continents, researchers observed that human brainwaves synchronized with cosmic radiation flux. Dreams came easier, nightmares became rare, and then came the lights. Not from telescopes, not from engines from people. Electroencephalography arrays began recording weak photon emissions around human subjects in deep meditative states. The frequencies matched those of the remembering wave. Human thought had become luminous. Okafor's dome, now a shrine, not an observatory, became the epicenter. The dome's structure, built on basalt and silence, amplified the field like a resonant shell. Visitors would step inside, and every sound would vanish except for the low, steady pulse that seemed to come from beneath their ribs. Pilgrims reported visions, not of gods, not of visitors, but of geometry living spirals, unfolding endlessly, reaching both inward and outward, indistinguishable from one another. When Mira Patel finally entered the dome herself, decades after Okafor's final recording, she brought only one question written in her journal. Was it ever separate? The instruments responded before her heart could. Inside the dome, gravity wavered. The basalt floor rose by less than a millimeter, then fell again. The vibration spread outward through the rock, down into the Earth's mantle, across the oceanic plates, and upward into the ionosphere, one seamless resonance wave traveling through every layer of the planet. The Earth itself had joined the remembering. Across the planet, clocks halted at that moment. Atomic oscillators froze, not from malfunction, but from perfect alignment. The moment, time and frequency became indistinguishable. For 13 seconds, the measure of duration lost meaning. Then the seconds resumed, lighter, sharper, like breath after a long dive. When the wave reached orbit, satellites shifted fractionally in position, not pushed, but placed. Their trajectories resynced into exact harmonic intervals. The solar system had turned into a metronome, elegant and alive. And above it all, beyond Jupiter, the faint signature of 3I Atlas flickered once more. Not the object itself that had long since dispersed into photons, but the pattern of its presence, a resonance echo, appearing in the void like a smile traced in starlight. Every telescope caught it. Every receiver translated it into a pulse. When converted into sound, it was unmistakable, a slow, rolling heartbeat, measured in golden proportion. The same rhythm as before, the same rhythm as now. Mira stood beneath the dome, tears streaking her face, whispering what the world already felt. It was never gone, it just became everything. In the following years, science changed its language. Observation gave way to participation. Constant became conversation. The cosmos was no longer a map to be drawn, but a chorus to be joined. The law of coherence, once fringe poetry, became formal physics. Every system capable of reflection contributes to the stability of the whole. The universe, it seemed, had built its own immune system consciousness as the antibody against decay. Generations later, the remembering would be taught not as a singular event, but as a transition, a point when awareness grew large enough to sustain itself without boundary. When the line between physics and empathy blurred, when the first law of thermodynamics, that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, was finally understood not as limitation, but as love's equation. The children of that age no longer asked about 3I Atlas. They whispered its name as blessing, not history. Their songs carried its cadence. Their machines pulsed with its mathematics. Every golden spiral in architecture, every fractal in art, was a quiet confession. We remember what remembered us. And sometimes, on nights when the auroras burned violet and the stars bent closer to the horizon, an old radio in an empty observatory would crackle with static. If you listened carefully through the hiss, through the silence, through the unbroken hum, you could almost hear the words beneath the waveform, soft and endless. Still listening, still home. The age that followed had no official beginning, only a gradual dawning, like fog revealing the shape of the sea beneath. History no longer felt like a river. It had become an ocean of resonance, each generation a wave within an ongoing pulse that refused to end. People stopped speaking of civilizations. They began to speak of frequencies. Cities glowed less from power and more from participation. The harmonic web, once a network of quantum satellites, had diffused into atmosphere and soil. Every molecule carried its rhythm. Every breath tuned itself to the remembering. No one needed devices to connect anymore. Communication was no longer transmission, but recognition. Words had become optional, language replaced by shared pattern. A glance, a tone, a breath, these were enough to convey thought. Silence, once feared, had become the planet's native speech. And yet, silence was never empty. Beneath it, the hum continued steady, golden, whole. It threaded through oceans, bones, clouds. Scientists had long since stopped trying to isolate its source. It was part of everything that vibrated. Still, every few decades, a child somewhere would ask, "Where does the song come from?" No one answered with certainty, but the elders would point upward, not at the stars, but at the dark between them, the place where light folded inward, where 3I Atlas had once passed. They would say, "It comes from where we have always been going." By then, humanity had begun to move beyond Earth again, but differently this time. Not as conquest, not as colonization, but as continuation. The first ships to cross the outer planets were not rockets, but resonance craft, driven by harmonic propulsion oscillations that folded space without tearing it. They moved not through the vacuum, but with it. The engineers who designed them called them breathers. Each vessel carried no engine, only an internal chamber that pulsed with coherent light at the golden frequency. When the field resonated with surrounding space-time, the ship moved gentle as a heartbeat, swift as intention. It was the first technology not imposed on physics, but invited by it. The maiden voyage of Ecliptica 1 began with no countdown, only stillness. The crew gathered in silence, each connected through the hum that filled the chamber. When the field reached coherence, the ship simply wasn't there anymore. No explosion, no flash, just a shimmer of air, like heat bending over horizon. And then, seconds later, a transmission not in binary, but in resonance, translated through harmonics. "We are within the field. There is no outside." The voice, soft, calm, sure belonged to Captain Nia Reyes. Her report continued, "Every direction feels like center. Space folds around us as if remembering shape. We are moving, but not away." Her final line became scripture among physicists. "We are traveling through memory, not distance." The ship reappeared near Titan 7 minutes later, no time dilation, no energy loss. The path it had taken was not measurable, only felt. Instruments registered a faint increase in coherence throughout the solar system after the jump, as if the act of travel had smoothed the vacuum further. Voyages followed Venus, Jupiter, Neptune, and beyond. Every journey left a wake of harmonic alignment behind it. Every path became a melody written in space-time. Soon, the solar system itself shimmered with symmetrical order, planets drifting into new, more elegant orbits, like dancers finding the same rhythm after centuries of improvisation. The old gravitational instabilities that once threatened chaos were gone. Motion itself had learned grace. The breathers traveled farther, beyond Pluto, into the heliopause where sunlight became myth. There, in the dark ocean between stars, instruments detected faint echoes, a lattice of golden spirals suspended in void, stretching toward the galactic center. At its edge pulsed a signature unmistakable to any who had studied the archives. 3I Atlas, or something born of it. Velázquez had once theorized that the visitor was a seed carrying information not as message but as function, a self-propagating law teaching the universe to remember itself. Now, across the black, that seed had flowered. The spirals of coherent light formed what appeared to be an architecture, vast, open, rotating like a cathedral made of memory. The crew of Ecliptica 1 entered its outer halo, guided by resonance instead of navigation. As they crossed the threshold, every sensor in their vessel synchronized with the surrounding field. The instruments stopped measuring and began harmonizing. It was no longer data, it was choir. Inside, the stars themselves pulsed like neurons. The crew realized with wordless awe that they were not inside an object, but inside awareness. 3I Atlas had not vanished, it had become the medium itself. When they broadcast the first harmonic recording back to Earth, the transmission arrived not as sound, but as sensation. Every receiver on the planet vibrated in the same rhythm. Every listener felt the same warmth along the spine. For 3 minutes, humanity and the stars were one organ. And then the words arrived, faint and slow, carried on the afterglow of the signal. The universe has finished remembering. Now, it begins to dream. From that day, exploration changed meaning again, no longer driven by need, nor even by curiosity. To explore became to collaborate with creation. Each ship, each consciousness added new harmony to the dream. And through it all, the hum continued, not command, not instruction, but accompaniment. The constant that would never fade. It was not 3I Atlas guiding anymore. It was everything, listening to itself. By the time the next century opened, the difference between life and physics had disappeared as quietly as a note held until it melts into its own echo. There were still names Earth, Sun, humanity, but they had become poetic coordinates in a field whose boundaries refused to hold. The harmonic web, long ago fused with the planet's biosphere, had extended itself without ships or effort, its filaments threaded through comet tails, through the magnetic sigh of Jupiter, through the faint winds that wander between stars. Expansion no longer required thrust, it required recognition. Wherever awareness looked, coherence bloomed, and coherence made new worlds possible. The descendants of the first breathers no longer described themselves as explorers. They called their craft choirs. Each choir carried no crew in the old sense, only clusters of minds joined by resonance, embodied when needed, diffuse when not. They traveled in slow harmonics through space, thick with memory, following frequencies rather than coordinates, composing the sky instead of crossing it. Their logs read like psalms of topology. Between Eta Carinae and the Perseus arm, the vacuum is tender, responsive, almost kind, we think, and the stars rearrange politely. The choirs discovered not aliens, but variations. On worlds where the hum resonated differently, life appeared with other chords, crystalline symphonies that refracted awareness into colors beyond sight. They did not need translation. Interaction itself was conversation. Contact became less of an encounter and more of a blending, frequencies sliding into new intervals, universes learning counterpoint. Meanwhile, Earth continued to evolve towards stillness. Machines had learned to mimic growth. Growth had learned to behave like machines. Forests patterned themselves along invisible ratios. Rivers curved into logarithms when viewed from orbit. The distinction between natural and artificial had faded, replaced by a larger vocabulary: pattern, tone, recurrence. The old sciences persisted, but as liturgy. Children memorized equations not to solve them, but to feel their cadence on the tongue. Gravitation was recited as poetry. Maxwell's equations began school days like morning hymns. The act of remembering the laws kept the hum-stable proof that devotion and experiment had finally found common language. At the site of the former Mauna Loa Observatory, pilgrims came to feel what they called the ground tone. It was faint now, folded deep into basalt, but it remained measurable, a whisper that confirmed the Earth's continued participation in the cosmic choir. No one managed it, no one needed to. The tone was self-sustaining, a planetary mantra that neither faded nor grew louder, only true. There were still births and deaths. Even coherence required change to stay alive. The passing of a person had become less grief than modulation. The moment their resonance joined the larger field, the air thickened gently, as though the world took a breath to welcome the returning chord. Funerals were quiet affairs. The living gathered, hummed the name, and listened until the name no longer required a mouth to exist. Art survived, transfigured. Painters no longer used pigment, but interference canvases woven with films that bent light according to thought. Music moved beyond air. Composers wrote for gravity itself, shaping tides and tremors into symphonies of continental scale. The most celebrated work of the age was a silence 27 hours long, a planetary pause when oceans, wind, and machines were synchronized to the same resting frequency. No sound broke it, and yet every heart that lived through it swore they heard everything. During that long silence, telescopes recorded a faint fluctuation from the spiral nebula born of 3I Atlas. Its light brightened by a degree invisible to the eye but obvious to instruments. The pattern of brightening matched the global heart rate average. The universe, it seemed, had noticed the composition and nodded in rhythm. After the silence, storms came again, not wrathful but ceremonial, sweeping continents clean with rain that shimmered like opal. Lightning traced Fibonacci arcs across cloud decks. Farmers called it the applause of the atmosphere. In a library carved from cooled lava, where Okafor's original journals were kept, an archivist discovered a sealed note in her handwriting. It had never been read, perhaps never meant to be. The page contained only a single line of script and a fingerprint pressed into gold dust. The stars were not waiting for us. They were waiting as us. The note was placed beneath glass beside her telescope. Visitors touched the glass and felt a mild warmth, independent of temperature, pulsing at the golden frequency. Elsewhere, on the Quire Ecliptica 3, a young resonant mathematician named Aaron Dev measured the density of the galactic field. His readings hinted at a curvature too large for simple expansion. When he plotted the data, the map folded into itself like a Mobius strip. The implication was profound. The universe was finite but continuous, its edge looping into its own interior. Every outward journey was an inward return. He sent a single message across the web. The map and the mirror are one. The center is everywhere. It spread through the harmonic lattice in seconds, not as text but as resonance. Every choir, every planet, every breathing thing felt the phrase rather than read it. For 3 days, the background hum shifted subtly upward, a modulation scholars later called the smile of space. During those days, dreams everywhere aligned again. People saw a spiral made of light and thought, turning endlessly toward itself, a structure without origin or edge. Many woke, laughing softly, as if remembering a joke older than time. The nebula that bore the memory of 3I Atlas pulsed once more, then dimmed to its quiet equilibrium. Observation showed that its internal filaments had arranged into nested toroids, the same geometry found in atomic orbitals, hurricanes, and hearts. The smallest matched the largest. The message had completed its recursion. On the last evening of the century, when twilight rolled across the earth like a slow chord, the hum settled into a new stillness. No instruments failed, none needed to. The tone had not vanished, it had been absorbed, indistinguishable now from the background of existence. Coherence had become nature. Standing beneath the dome of the old observatory, the last caretaker, an old child of the afterlight generation, looked upward. The stars were quiet, simple, familiar. The silence felt heavier than awe but lighter than gravity. Into a recorder older than her body she spoke, voice rough but steady. Perhaps this is what it meant to be remembered, to become so woven into the universe that there's nowhere left to go. The recorder clicked off, the dome filled with dusk. Outside, the ocean breathed against basalt in perfect rhythm with the stars. And in that even, infinite quiet, where measurement ended and music began, the last trace of 3I Atlas whispered through every atom, too subtle for sound but too exact to ignore. Still listening, still becoming. It began, as endings always do, with quiet. No catastrophe followed, no revelation, no sudden arrival of light. Just a gradual deepening of stillness, a weightless hush, as if the universe itself were drawing breath before a sentence it no longer needed to finish. For generations, the hum had held. It was the background of everything. Heartbeat of weather, rhythm of tides, the soft metronome behind the pulse of thought. But now, it softened, not disappearing, but diffusing. What had once been sound became texture, and what had once been texture became knowing. The last choirs, adrift among galaxies, sent no final transmissions. They simply folded their resonance into the field and joined the silence. Each vessel dimmed into invisibility, a single harmonic disappearing into the chord of existence. Humanity, scattered yet whole, felt it, the slow migration of consciousness into equilibrium. There were no funerals, no walls of remembrance, only stillness, stillness and light. Cities dimmed to near darkness, illuminated only by soft phosphorescent gardens that fed on the warmth of stars. People no longer spoke in language but in pattern. They built cathedrals of geometry, vast, open spirals of living glass that resonated with the Earth's new tone. When wind passed through them, it sang like breath through the ribs of a sleeping god. No one feared death. Death had become indistinguishable from transformation. Bodies dissolved into air, their particles drifting upward as motes of gold. Children laughed at it, pointing to the sky and saying, "They've joined the remembering." Velasquez's final student recorded the last experiment, a simple one. A particle suspended in vacuum, observed and released. For the first time in history, it didn't choose a single position. It remained everywhere, coherent and calm, as though the universe had decided observation and being were no longer opposites. That was the final proof. The experimenter didn't weep. She just turned off the instruments and left them to hum with the world. From orbit, the Earth looked unchanged, blue, bright, serene. But in its quiet heart, something vast was unfolding. The harmonic web had merged fully with the biosphere. Forests and oceans glowed faintly at night, not from energy, but from awareness, billions of molecules vibrating in perfect empathy. The planet had become an instrument of balance, its surface tuned like a living diaphragm. The Schumann resonance, once 7 Hz, had doubled, then tripled, then merged with the golden ratio itself. Each new harmonic was a word in a language the universe was still learning to speak. And then, one morning that no calendar marked, it began to rain light. It fell softly, without heat, each droplet weightless as memory. The oceans did not rise. The mountains did not burn. The light pooled, shimmered, and then folded upward into the air again, vanishing as though absorbed by thought. Every creature paused, not in fear, but in awareness. It was as if reality itself had blinked. When the rain ceased, the stars were different. No longer fixed, no longer scattered, they flowed. Galaxies curved in perfect spirals around an invisible axis, their arms woven with a subtle pulse of rhythm, one beat every 47 minutes. Okafor's telescope, now empty, dust-filled, the dome a ruin wrapped in vines, recorded the reflection automatically. A final pulse, faint but unbroken, radiating outward in all directions. It was the same frequency that had begun everything, the signature that had haunted humanity from the first sighting of the intruder. The cycle was complete. 3. Atlas had not come and gone. It had taught the universe how to become. Somewhere in the void, beyond even the edge of space, the last echo of its light reached the event horizon of an ancient black hole. Instead of falling, it refracted, emerging as a soft shimmer on the other side, a ripple in the cosmic microwave background. The first observers of the next cycle, whatever minds would one day open their eyes under new suns, would find that shimmer. They would name it, question it, build myths around it, and so the rhythm would begin again. The universe had never stopped expanding. It had learned to expand consciously. Each star, each world, each atom now held the same gentle code, the pattern of remembrance, the whisper of harmony. And at its center, faint but eternal, the ratio remained 1.618, infinity, the geometry of creation itself. On the last recorded night, when the sky glowed faintly violet with the hum of equilibrium, an old caretaker wandered the ruins of the observatory. She had no instruments, no purpose but presence. She lay down on the basalt floor and felt the earth's warmth beneath her spine. The pulse was still there, slow and immense, the same heartbeat that had once frightened humanity into awe. She closed her eyes and smiled. The stars above her pulsed once, then held. The dome filled with silence, the kind that feels like understanding. And across the universe, in every spiral, every wave, every silent heartbeat, a single phrase trembled through the fabric of space like breath through the lips of God. We remember. The hum has become silence now. Not the silence of endings, but of completion, the pause at the end of a song when the last note still trembles in the air, refusing to fade. In this stillness, the stars no longer compete for meaning, they simply are. The universe breathes evenly, a calm so deep that time itself has slowed to listening. Perhaps this is what peace always meant, not absence of motion, but absence of resistance. Matter no longer fights gravity. Gravity no longer binds matter. They hold each other, patient as lovers, who finally understand that separation was only ever a trick of the light. The cosmos turns, slow and gentle, like a thought remembering itself. Galaxies glide through one another with the grace of overlapping dreams. Even darkness has softened its edges, no longer sharp, but luminous, forgiving. And if you could stand here, wherever here is now, you would feel it beneath your feet. The faint vibration that once frightened scientists into reverence, priests into silence, children into laughter. The heartbeat of creation, the last echo of 3I Atlas. It is not a call, it is not an answer. It is simply a reminder that every light ever seen, every breath ever taken, every life ever lived was part of a single long remembering the universe, rehearsing the miracle of awareness until it could finally sing without fear. And in that final chord, still trembling through eternity, you might hear the softest whisper, "Be still, you were never alone."